Well, good evening, everyone. The live stream has begun. Could I please ask you all to observe a minute's silence to pay tribute to former councillor Gerald Dee, who served on City Council for 14 years and also on County Council. If you'd like to be upstanding, and then after the silence, we will invite tributes from anyone who would like to contribute. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Well, before I pay my own tribute to Gerald, Paula has asked me to say thank you to everyone for their kind messages of support and condolence, and also to thank those who attended Gerald's funeral service on Friday. There were well over 100 people at St Barnabas Church, and Gerald would have been very touched by that. Without Paula and Gerald's encouragement, I wouldn't be in this chamber at all, and I owe my council and civic journey to them both. Right from his teen years, Gerald was volunteering in his community, always stepping up and stepping in for others to improve a situation for all. He definitely earned his title, Mr. Tuffley. I only really got to know him from 2012, when we began to restore the stage together at St Barnabas Hall and set up the Footlights Friendship Group in 2017. Without Gerald, none of these community assets would exist, not even the hall itself, which he saved from demolition on several occasions. He was baptised there 90 years ago when it was a temporary church. And he is quite literally embedded into the fabric of the building, having shown me the initials he had carved into the wooden table leg in the kitchen as a mischievous lad. Well, Gerald, like the table leg, we will all have GD engraved on our hearts forevermore. Thank you, my friend. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Paula, for coming here again today. It's really nice to have you back here with us. I said to Paula when we came in earlier, I didn't know Gerald very well. I'd met him in passing, but I didn't serve on the council like many of you did with him. But I had heard about Gerald, and I had heard about how nothing got past him. He was always very polite. Hannah mentioned that it was very planning-centric. He had lots of interest in planning. And although every funeral is a very sad situation to be in and to go, but going to Gerald's funeral last week made me realise what an amazing man, what an interesting life, and how we can all take something from that, from everything that I heard about how he was dedicated to his community and Paula and his family and his children. And it was just a lovely celebration of his life to hear, and very interesting as well. So I'm sure he done many things for this city, more than Tuffley sat here in this chamber, but it was a real honour and a privilege to be there and hear everything about his life.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the funeral. I was quarantining myself, should we put it that way. I've known Gerald for about 20 years. And the first thing that struck me with Gerald was his analytical brain. Now, that obviously stood him in great stead when he worked for that building over near Cheltenham, you know, the big donut one. Nobody ever found out what exactly he did there, but I'm sure he saved this country a lot of bother because of his attributes of being a gentleman. He wouldn't speak out of turn. He would let people speak to him, and he listened to them, and he could analyse them. And when it came to somebody we needed to go on the JCS board, Joint Course Strategy, sent Gerald, and he come back with such a precise what's going on and whatever, and it was a pleasure working with the gentleman, and he will be missed. I know Paula will miss him, but Tuffley will miss him, and I think in the greater Gloucester area, they will miss him as well, because he was a true gentleman.
Councillor Gravels.
Before I just talk briefly about Gerald, I just want to pick up a point that you just made about missing his funeral. We all know, we never know when we will all see each other again. County Council members have died in between meetings, so I think it's beholden on us to remember that. We never know when we will see each other again, so when we leave the meeting, let's do it with respect for each other and treating each other in the way that we all want to be treated. And moving on to Gerald, that's something that Gerald was always very keen on. So I think that if you were looking for a person specification for the role of a councillor, you could do no better than use Gerald as a great example. And like a lot of us, he was a very quiet man. But I know that when he stood up to speak here at the City Council or indeed at the County Council, he commanded the respect of the entire council because he spoke infrequently. But when he spoke, boy, did he know his subject. As the lead member for a while in the Cabinet for Planning and Housing, when I spoke to him on the planning side about the issues around Tuffley and Wadden, I thought as the lead member, I was pretty well clued up. But I soon realised, talking to Gerald, that I was just scraping the barrel, and my knowledge was pretty limited compared to the amount of knowledge and expertise that he had. So let's remember Gerald. Let's pay tribute to him, and perhaps we could talk to Paula and ask her just to sketch a few notes, so that when any of us in this side in our party are looking for new candidates, we can say, "Yep, that ticks the Gerald box. No, that doesn't tick the Gerald box." And I think that's the best tribute that we can leave this evening, rather, in terms of the impact that Gerald had on all of us, not just here, but at Shire Hall. And finally, you talked about his analytical brain. Hopefully I share that sort of analytical brain, because I too worked at that place that we can't mention over in Cheltenham, and I really enjoyed it. But I think that helped us to become better councillors, because we had to challenge, and I know it's not very popular when I do it, challenge some of the staff here about, you sure this equals that, and you sure that's the best way of doing it? But that's what we got paid for and what we got paid to do. So there's nothing wrong with having an analytical mind. On that point, sit down. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Anyone else like to pay tribute? Councillor Hilton, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and just wanted to say my condolences on behalf of my group to Paula and her family. Gerald was a very nice bloke. I only really knew him in the council and in the meetings. He would often have his say. He wasn't one of those partisan characters like myself. He was non-partisan, and would often catch me in the car park afterwards to want to talk about what we'd just been debating in the meeting. But he obviously served the people of Tuffley very well, and the people of Gloucester really well. And it was sad to hear about his passing. And I say, we pass on my condolences to Paula and the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Pullen, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I speak on behalf of the Labour group here, but of course these are a new group, and there are former Labour councillors who aren't here this evening who will have known Gerald and asked me to pass on condolences. So thank you, and apologies, apologies. I couldn't get to the meeting at the funeral on Friday, Paula. Really sorry, I had a bit of a sickness. Gerald was a gentleman, without any shadow of doubt, a gentleman in every sense of the word. He was loyal to this chamber, he was loyal to the council, he was loyal to the people of Tuffley and much respected by those people he represented. He was incredibly well liked. He was always grounded. As Andrew said, when Gerald spoke, it was clear, it was concise, didn't say much, but it was quite obvious what he said, and that was Gerald. It's lovely to see you here this evening, Paula. Our thoughts are with you and with your family going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Alistair Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From the independent group, from all of us, Paula, greatest condolences. From what I knew of Gerard and myself and Brendan, the only ones of our group that had the great time of meeting him. I'd just like to say that he's a very pleasant man, very lovely, and fantastic gardens and beautifully kept house and fantastic barbecue. I think that's the bit Brendan liked when we went around there. We wouldn't get away from it, but honestly, he's such a lovely guy, and I just feel gutted that I didn't get to know him as well as everyone else here, because he sounds like a really, really nice man, and maybe I wanted to learn something off him about being a gentleman. So, but thank you very much. Cheers, Paula, and apologies, we couldn't make it to the funeral, but all the best. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to attend Gerald's funeral last week and see the number of people there, it was a very moving, touching service. I don't often go to funerals of anyone not from my community, but Gerald was a top man. When I first got elected to this council, I used to sit next to him on the other side of the chamber, and he was the one that was explaining things to me, how the council works, how the motions work, how the debating, etc., etc. So yeah, he was a top man, as I said, and not only that, but I think he was respected by everyone across the chamber, across all parties and the officers too. He was very knowledgeable. He was very intelligent. He was very calm, tenacious, and a very wise man. Gerald was, and he lived for three things, I think, and in this order: it was family, Tuffley, and Gloucester. I think we're really going to miss Gerald, and may he rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Very well said. Anyone else? There have been some lovely tributes, and I'm sure it's given Paula a lot of comfort to hear all those words, and obviously the family can see all of this on the live stream when they wish to, at their convenience. But thank you. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years, and if you are present in the chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of the councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. I ask that we are respectful to one another in debate during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind fellow councillors to have regard to the 7 principles of public life, also referred to as the Nolan Principles, which are also set out in the Council's adopted Code of Conduct. And these are: 1. Selflessness. 2. Integrity. 3. Objectivity. 4. Accountability. 5. Openness. 6. Honesty. And 7. Leadership. So we start with item 1 on the agenda, apologies. I have Councillor Walker, Chambers de Bus, Bowkett, Jones and Evans. Are there any more apologies to add to the list? Okay, thank you. So now we move on to minutes. To approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of July 2024. Has anyone got any problem with the minutes or like to raise any issues with them? You're happy for me to sign that as a correct record then? Okay, can't see any hands going up, so I'll do that now. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we move on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest around the room for topics being discussed tonight? No, I don't see any. Okay. So now we are moving on to the call over. So I will read out the agenda item that is available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve this item for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Oh, 2 hands have gone up there. So Councillor Alistair Chambers and Councillor Hilton and Councillor Pullen.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. So item 9 has been reserved for discussion. Therefore, we will move on to the next agenda item. Okay. Agenda item number 5 is public question time, for which we have 15 minutes. Questions from members of the public and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. I will now invite those who submitted questions to ask one related supplementary question. I would ask members of the public to proceed directly to the question, which will be answered without discussion, after which members of the public should return to their seat, unless they have more than one question on the schedule. We have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. Okay, thank you.
Ashley Thomas is not here, so you can move straight to Mr. Ridgewell.
Okay. I think we're starting with Mr. Redwell, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So my first question is, I appreciate the answer is First Group's Great Western Railway Company Limited, known as Great Western, known as Great Western Trains Limited. But of course the station is owned by Network Rail and the money's come from Gloucestershire County Council, Gloucester City Council. So I do welcome the progress and what was the old LEP on the station, and it had looked at it tonight, and it's very good. You should go to Jeremy. But I think the issue is about partnership working to make sure we get the bus stops and stands in there, the information. So whether that's the city or the county or a partnership, probably both, I think we'd like to make sure the city is fully engaged and make sure the subways are open, but making sure the pasture facilities, especially as the transport hub, is also owned by the city and it's all part of an interchange, which the city should be proud of, to be fair. It's one of the best in South West England. But I do want to make sure that this is joined up and it's not all back to First Group PLC, which obviously won't be running the railways this time next year because they'll be nationalised again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Redgewell. I call upon the leader to answer. Thank you.
Well, can I just say that though there's public funds put towards the improvements at the railway station, it was the railway company that's responsible for doing the works there, and carrying out works at the operating railway station can be difficult. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why something like the subway is delayed in getting it done. But I had a look the other day, and it looks like the subway between the bus station and Great Western Road, it is nearing completion. We hope to have that done before Christmas, if not before. And I came back from Brighton, and I was pleased. I had to walk around when I went to Brighton, and when I came back, the car park was open. The pedestrian crossing across the car park was open, and I was able to take a much shorter cut to go through the bus station. So then, it's good to see that investment being carried out in our public transport network. And of course, with the forum being open soon as well, and that 400's car place car park, this is a really good transport hub where people will come into the city. And of course, it'll look so much better than it did before. And I can't give you an answer on the fine detail of the bus stops and everything, but I think that's all part of the plan. And if they haven't been done, we'll take that up with Great Western Railways. I think the biggest disappointment is maybe the cladding of the station itself. I think they've had to cut back on some of the original plans, but say the car park's done, the subway should be done, and that's all well and good, I think, for our transport network.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Mr Redgewell, do you have a second question, I believe? Do you have another supplementary for us?
I do. Obviously, I read the response, but I do remind everybody that Gloucester City Council and Cheltenham Borough Council are in fact the shareholders of that airport. And whilst it might be operationally decided which flights and who goes where, and whether there's a surface access transport arrangement, my question would simply be, I'm sure the shareholders would want to maximise commercial value for the airport, whether that be aviation-related activity, which I fully support, which moved from Bristol when Filton closed. But equally, I flew from Gloucester, Staverton, to the Isle of Man and to the Channel Islands a few years ago. And I would have thought the city, as owner, along with Cheltenham, would be looking to maximise value of that airport by looking at to whether or not there is a commercial interest. At the moment, it's private flights, which I'm not so keen on, because that's private jets flying rich people around, to be honest. Maybe GCHQ. But what I do think is there is an interest in possibly some flights into and around Europe, and possibly to the other parts of the British Isles, Ireland, Northern Ireland, the Channel Islands, and the Isle of Man. So what I would like to know is if we talk to people like Manchester Airport Group, who really understand regional airports, and they own a few, and also other professional aviation companies that would be interested in bringing in commercial flights and looking at the value. So in the issue whether we sell it or not, or whether we sell the share here and whether Cheltenham sell their shares to a commercial business, I've got no problem with commercial businesses running airlines. I certainly don't want to see it covered in housing and a lot of jobs lost. But I would like to know the shareholders are trying to maximise value on behalf of the taxpayers of Gloucester and Cheltenham, to make sure that we are talking to proper airline companies to see if there is a value. And I was disappointed, and I do get involved with Western Gateway. I attend some of their meetings and do some pasture work there, that we didn't get Gloucester Shire Airport and Staverton in the plan. And I still think we should, because it's not just an airstrip. I know there's people who'd love to cover in houses at the county council, but it's not going to happen. So I just think, I hope we are talking to people like Manchester Airport Group and other owners, Peel, etc., although not so much Peel because of Doncaster, but others who run airports, to see what the commercial value of this is. And also, I'd like to see what mapping's been done, or so the community's right to know what discussions have taken place with airlines and future airport expansion with local air services. So I just would like to understand that. And I don't accept the answer, to be honest. You're the shareholder, and the shareholder should look after the interests of of the taxpayers of Gloucester and the Borough Council. I'd say the same to Cheltenham Borough Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Redgewell. Can I call upon Councillor Hilton to respond, please? Thank you.
We did have Manx.com, I think, a few years ago, flying in and out of Gloucestershire Airport. They're very small aircraft. The runway's not long enough, and of course the real problem for Gloucestershire Airport is the competition. Cardiff, Bristol, Birmingham, which is a short drive, and you can get to various places in Europe much quicker and in bigger planes. And that's the reason why it's not really viable in the business plan. And I think the business plan that I've just had a copy of, which the airport see increasing general aviation is the way forward. And that's, in other words, business jets and other forms of smaller jets than the commercial airlines operate. And that's the way to grow the business. So they have got a business plan to grow the business. It's just the fact that it is difficult getting an airline to operate from Gloucestershire Airport when, frankly, it might be better for them to operate from Bristol or Birmingham or Cardiff Airport to serve this part of the country, and that's where the competition lies. So the important thing is that Gloucestershire Airport operates within its niche and doesn't try to operate outside what its strengths are. And I think its strengths won't be attracting EasyJet or others because the aircraft are too big for the runway.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I think that brings public question time to an end. I don't see anyone else waiting to ask a question. So we'll move on to petitions and deputations, please. And I gather that we have not been notified of any petitions by members of the public. So we'll move on to announcements. And I'd like to start with a quick announcement. Two things, really. Firstly, since we all met back in July, we've had at least 3 major parade events in the city centre: Gloucester Goes Retro, Gloucester Day, and Pride in Gloucestershire. And I'd like to thank everyone involved in the organisation of these events, which have promoted and celebrated every aspect of the unique character of our great city. And of course, we still have Gloucester History Festival on offer to enjoy. So congratulations and many thanks to all. I'd also like to commend and thank the team responsible for the beautiful floral displays around the city centre and on the docks. They have looked absolutely stunning this year. So very well done. And that's all from me. So moving on to announcements from the Leader of the Council.
Yeah, just to say that this evening is David Oakhill's last council meeting, so we've all better be on our best behaviour because he wants to go away and start his new job thinking good of Gloucester City Council rather than the fact that we're at war with each other. It would be good for him to go away and think, what a lovely council, I'm going to miss them. We have already interviewed for his replacement, and his replacement should be arriving, I think, in December. And I'm sure the Managing Director will provide further information on who we've appointed to that role. I also want to thank both Karen Taylor and Tony Condor, who led the campaign to get Heritage Harbour status for Gloucester Docks. And it was a pleasure, wasn't it, Madam Mayor, to attend the launch of all the announcement and celebration of that classification that now Gloucester's got. It's certainly going to help the city sell itself. It's going to do good things for Gloucester Docks. And of course, in 2027, we got the 200th anniversary of the docks itself. And it was, I say, something that was well deserved. And not long after getting elected as leader of the council, I was asked to sign a letter of support on behalf of this council. So I'm glad that helped. And I think a lot of other people signed letters of support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Any announcements from members of the Cabinet? Can't see any hands going up. Okay. Chairs of committees? Okay, over to... Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Councillor Gravels.
Chairs of committees never make any announcements, so I thought I'd give it a go. I'm not sure if I'll succeed. So I'm announcing today that the transition from Seb to myself as chair has gone really well. I'm also announcing that working with the other two leads, Howard and Tree, is working well. Really grateful, Howard and Tree, she's not here, for your cooperation. But what's not working is the cooperation with the Cabinet opposite. I think that we've missed too many opportunities to do our scrutiny work in terms of pre-scrutiny. And
Madam Mayor,
I'm announcing that I will be
this is a
seeking a
debate.
meeting.
It's not an announcement.
Sorry, Councillor Gravels.
No, it's not an announcement. Can you ask him to
I'm
sit
afraid
down?
not.
No, I'm announcing that I will be seeking a meeting with the leader and the three scrutiny leads to address the issues that I think need addressing. That is an announcement. You've been warned.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Thank you. And over to our Head of Paid Service now. Nothing from Mr McGuinty. So we now move on to members' question time. So this, we allow 45 minutes for this. It'll be, okay. So questions from members and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 45 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. And we start with question 1 from Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While we all recognise the necessity of building additional homes, however, it's crucial that the growth does not significantly impact on our current residents. The essential infrastructure, such as roads, public transport facilities and medical centres, must be integral to any development. The partnership established last year between us, Cheltenham and Tewkesbury, alongside the County Council, with the strategic and local plan, is vital to ensure that our residents have access to doctors' appointments and other essential services close to their homes. Given the delays a cyber incidents can cause the council, could you please reassure us of the measures you will take to ensure the critical work of the SLP is not delayed, and that while we do not end up with poorly developed areas lacking the necessary infrastructure?
Hi,
Councillor Stephanie Chambers and Councillor Sawyer to respond. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I've been informed that most of the work that they are doing on the SLP is on different servers. So actually, there's most of their work they can carry on doing. And at the moment, we don't know the severity of this delay, but there is wiggle room. We're only 1 year into a 3-year programme, and there's always wiggle room for delays. So at the moment, there is no panic that anything's going to go wrong, and we don't need to do anything differently. At the moment, we're all kind of carrying on as we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sawyer. And I believe question 2 is also from Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sadly, there seems to be a bit of a theme running through some of the leaders' responses, in that they don't really answer the questions asked. Hopefully, like the requirement for supplementaries to be in relation to the original question, in future answers could relate to the actual question asked. So this is my supplementary, other than if you could answer the question. Most of the properties I noticed that you discussed in the article were in or around Kingsholm. Are you going to start investing in any other properties around the rest of the city and not just Kingsholm?
3 of them are in Westgate Ward, 2 of them are in Kingsholm and Wootton, 1 of them is a City Council property which your administration would be working through to provide housing on Wessex House in Great Western Road. So make no apologies for announcing that we're going to work to that one. I'll hopefully get a project forward, and I certainly make no apologies for tackling the problem of 69 67, 69 London Road. It's been left empty for year after year after year. Where your administration failed to take on forward the motion that we put forward, probably about 2015, wasn't it, Sebastian? Asking for something to be done and asking for the council to consider compulsory purchase powers if nothing happened. So we're dealing with that one. Make no apologies for dealing with Spread Eagle Court, which is a fine building in Northgate Street in Westgate Ward that needs to be dealt with. And I noticed that the answer of the two sites that you've got, both of them in my Kingsholm division, a lot of opportunities, frankly, are in that ward. Make no apologies for identifying those sites for redevelopment, because we need to build the houses, and we need to build the houses in the city centre or close to the city centre. So we don't want to identify houses being built in fields out towards Quedgeley, because we don't need them there. We need them in the city centre.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So question 3 now from Councillor Pullen, please, to the Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Regeneration.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start, could I associate myself and the group with the comments that Councillor Hilton made about David Oakhill? Thank you, David. You've been great. You've done an awful lot of work for regeneration in this city. We've certainly enjoyed working with you. We wish you good luck for the future. My question was, will a full economic impact assessment be carried out regarding the airport before any sale goes ahead? And I understand that from the response from the leader that such a report was carried out in 2008. 2008 report carried out many, many years ago. The worrying thing is, and from my inquiries talking to officers, that report cannot be found. So it may be out of date, but we can't even see it, and we don't know what was in it. It's essential that a full economic impact assessment is made before any decision is made to sell the airport. And it is very concerning that one has not been instructed as part of the process. We need to know the potential impact of a sale of the airport on jobs, on the economy, and on local businesses. Will the leader please insist that one is carried out before any sale goes ahead?
I'll agree that we need to fully understand the implications for the businesses that are operating in and around the airport and the airport's future before any decision is made to agree the sale. At the moment, I've just received a business plan from the airport, and I'm also waiting to see the sales prospectus that the officers have been working on to see whether that is acceptable. And certainly we want to make sure that there's very strong covenants on any sale to make sure that the airport's future is secure. And we'd also want to see what investment any potential buyer was going to put into the airport. We know there's a need for major investment in the CGX business park, in the southeast corner for new hangars. It needs radar and a number of other investments which this council itself can't afford. The decision on whether we go ahead with the sale of the airport will only be after we've consulted and everybody, and also only after we've seen what the potential buyers are offering for the future of the airport. I understand there's about 8 non-disclosure agreements have been announced. So there's 8 businesses, and some of those businesses are pretty big who are interested in the airport. But I don't know who they are, and I don't know what they're planning to offer. We're going to have a look at all that. And if we need to do what you say, that impact assessment, then we'll have to do that. But at the moment, I don't think it's necessary. What's important that you, me, and everybody else are sure that any decision at some point in the future is the right decision to sell the airport. We're looking to the future of the airport. We're looking for the future of the businesses that operate in the airport, the aviation business and the ones around it. It's not my preferred necessary starting point, but I took over the leadership of this council when both Cheltenham and Gloucester councils had basically nodded in agreement that we should proceed towards the sale, and we've got a number of interested parties. And the reason why we've got those interested parties, Terry, is because I started asking questions in scrutiny in September, this time last year, September, October, and it opened it up, and a load of them have come in and made inquiries. But we will look at it fully, and I'll give you the opportunity to fully scrutinise that. But at the moment, I've got to wait. I'm still waiting for the sales particulars and what that document says. And I need to be sure that the covenants and penalty clauses and everything are in that document so that any potential buyer knows they've got to operate an airport for a long time.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So we move on now to question number 4 from Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start, I'd just like to second what Councillor Pullen said, and thank you very much, David Oakhill, for the hard work you've put in. Truly is a fantastic officer. He helps us out in Matson many times with a large construction site and an awkward contractor, and he dealt with it very, very quickly. Early morning, 6 o'clock, I'd have an email, whereas on the case, email late at night. So couldn't say anything better than what I say. He's absolutely fantastic. So it's a crying shame that he's leaving. Definitely one of the good ones in the team. Thank you. Sorry to hear you're going. I'm not happy. Cheers. Thank you. Now, so with regards to the question, so question 4, freedom of information. And my question was that I was asking if they're accurate, and the council gave accurate responses. And it's nice to see that, Declan, that you said that the information is reported is accurate, and the council would disclose what they've got. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I've got my freedom of information here, F01001083 response, and it was regards to an inquiry I made on the 6th of June 2024, and it was regards to land and mapping systems that the council had, and if they're undertaking any, 2024. Councillor Gravel's actually had the same thought about the mapping system and asked a very good question, a member's question at the last council meeting. Question number 24 to the Cabinet Member of Environment, asking about mapping services, to which he is told that mapping started in October 2020 and it was completed in 2021. Therefore, information I've been provided is completely inaccurate, it's completely false, and the information we're getting isn't accurate whatsoever. I'm being led up the garden path. This is one of many cases that I can document to you, and I'd really like an inquiry into it and possibly look into taking this forward to a high level to make sure that the members of the public aren't being duped by false and inaccurate information that the City Council is providing. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Chambers. And Holly? I am concerned to hear what you're telling me. It does actually say in my answer that if you are unhappy, you can request for your response to be internally reviewed. And if you're still unhappy, you can refer to the Information Commissioner's office. Just wondering if you have asked for an internal review yet. If you want to go ahead down that route, by all means do so. And it's only when we bring these issues up that they get resolved. And ultimately, we would hope that you would get a satisfactory response, but ultimately we all have the right to then refer that to the Information Commissioner's office.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Chambers, your second question, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Declan, for your answer. And with regards to taking it to a high level to the ICO, I'd appreciate if we could do that. That follows actually on to my 5th question, where I asked if the council or the council's legal services, when legal, have ever referred themselves to the ICO recently in the last 24 months. And it's unfortunate to see that there's been another cyber attack that we weren't aware of, where some documents have been lost, I see on the 5th of December 2023, so a recent one. So that's very sad we weren't told about that, and I've just found out by doing a freedom of information. However, that said, there is actually multiple ICO incidents that happen from this council that aren't raised. One being from the legal services. I have evidence of this, which I will provide to you afterwards. And it's very, very unfortunate that I've been passed a document that's a significant legal case that I've got nothing to do with, nor has any member here. And being my name Chambers, I was issued some legal documents for the City Council's legal team, where they meant to send it to the barristers' chamber, and they sent it to myself. I asked them immediately to refer it to the ICO, and it's going to be very interesting to see if they have done, because it was to do with a significant legal case that's very, very, very poignant in this city. So I will be investigating that, and I will report back to see if the City Council's legal services have actually conducted themselves legally. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you.
Okay. That second one sounds like it was to do with one legal. Was that the one legal part of your question?
The City Council's legal services, yes.
Okay. With regards to the first instance and the ICO referral, that was to do with a company called London Zurich, who do process some direct debit payments for another company that we use. Not very many. Gatherwell, they're called. It wasn't actually us that it happened to, but what I do know that it was some coverage of it in the sort of the computer press at the time, which you can find quite easily online. But ultimately, although some data was temporarily lost, it was all recovered in the end. The investigating authorities concluded that nothing had been lost and no data was lost and no customers or residents were put at risk. So therefore, although we reported it, we have a sort of a low threshold for reporting these sorts of incidents, even though it wasn't directly us. But the Information Commissioner concluded that there was no case to answer and no sanctions certainly on ourselves. So we were in the clear as regards that. That's the only one that I'm aware of in the last 2 years that has been reported to the ICO, but it was the right thing to do, even though ultimately there was nobody came to any harm over it. But it's something that we will keep a close eye on, and if something like this happens again in the future, I respect it. If it's a third party, we will always report it to the ICO.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. The next question is from Councillor Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The response to my question hasn't been answered to my satisfaction. The response does say that the aim is to clear graffiti as quickly as possible, but within limitations or restrictions associated with private premises. Since November of last year, there has been an explosion in graffiti, and more specifically tagging across the city, including in my ward, including in the Leaders Ward, and many other wards in the city. On the 5th of September of this year, there has been more tagging. Just a few weeks ago, there has been more tagging on shop shutters, on telephone boxes, on walls, on boards, on fences in my ward. Right now, I've counted over 75 separate locations in my ward that are covered in tagging. It's absolutely appalling. It looks aesthetically disgusting. And the council policy is we don't do anything because it's on private land. Now, my questions are as follows. How many private property owners have the council contacted by letter, email or phone call since November of 2023, including properties within the conservation zone? There are at least 12 properties within the conservation zone that have been tagged in graffiti since November of last year. If this was shop premises which had a frontages change or lights added to the top of the shops without consent, the council would be onto them. The heritage team, etc., would be onto them like a ton of bricks. We have graffiti and nobody wants to know. Why not? How much graffiti has actually been cleaned or cleared in Barton and Tredworth since November of 2023? You say that the aim is to clear graffiti as quickly as possible. In fact, I haven't seen anything cleared at all. I've seen a rise in graffiti. It's increasing by the day. And how many culprits have been identified, caught and prosecuted, if any? And when will the council update the out-of-date policy on tackling graffiti and tagging in the city? The city is covered in graffiti. It's absolutely disgusting.
point of order.
Last year in November or October, the leader of the council brought a motion to the council, yet we haven't seen anything. Nothing's changed. When is things going to start changing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel.
It's one question.
Could I ask Councillor Field to respond, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I counted 5 supplementary questions in the end. I thought it was just limited to 1, but there we are. Thank you very much for the questions, shall we say. This council takes graffiti extremely seriously. I've been in many meetings since I was appointed the Cabinet member, and I'm working on a policy to improve our response to graffiti. We have an action plan which has just been written by Gutti Go-Sign, and it will be coming to Cabinet very soon. I'm sure you'll be very interested to see it. There's lots of interesting and useful suggestions. I won't list them all now, but do take a look, and feel free to send me any questions you do have after that. With regard to graffiti on private property, it's very difficult because we can't act unless it is offensive or racially stereotyping or things like that. We can't just remove graffiti from private property. We're liable for any damage that is done. And I note that you sent me an email about a week ago or 2 weeks ago about a property in Barton that we couldn't act on, I'm afraid, because it was private property. But what I can say is that Yubico provide a very cheap, efficient service. And if those businesses want to be made aware of what service Yubico can provide, then often that can be the best way forward, because Yubico can remove it very cheaply and efficiently. It's either that or, unfortunately, they have to remove it themselves. Well, you're shaking your head, Councillor Patel, but that's the law, I'm afraid. So I hope that's helpful.
Ask questions.
Councillor Patel, I think you've had your time with the questions. And just a reminder to everybody, it should really just be the one question. Okay, thank you, Councillor Field. Thank you, Councillor Patel. And we're moving on now to question 7 from Councillor Marshall for the Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure, please. Councillor Marshall, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As someone who's dabbled in the... Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As someone who's dabbled in the arts, I'm really passionate about it being universal for everyone. And it's great to hear that we've got Arts Council funding in the city. But my main concern is how is it going to be used to help those facing health inequalities and in the highest areas of poverty in the city? It just makes me feel really sad when I see the Olympus Theatre boarded up, but then we've got all this money coming in. But I'm just hoping that it's going to be utilised for those that really kind of need to be included as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So, Councillor Caroline Courtney, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Perhaps the best thing for me to do is to give you some examples of how we've used the funding in the community and in some of those neighbourhoods that you've referred to. So, at the Guildhall, where we're receiving funding from Arts Council England until March 26, we put a call out for a community group or an organisation to create a commissioning opportunity with the Guildhall. Treadworth Infant and Nursery applied and was successful, and we've been working with them to bring their autumn theme routes to life. We've chosen commissioned an artist called Built Collective. And the reason we've chosen them is because they have displaced backgrounds to reflect their cohort. So they'll be helping Treadworth Infant and Nursery to run assembly takeovers and workshops, creating film and original music to present in the Guildhall. I'll list a few more just to give you a flavour. I'm not going to go on all night, but we're also working with Gloucestershire Academy of Music to programme sing-along film screenings for their dementia choir. For Refugee Week, we've instigated a partnership of 28 organisations to pull together a programme. We've been the driver behind this, and we're hosting the programme on our website. We also work with Gloucester Culture Trust as well on their Together Gloucester project, which engages with residents in the community to programme the kind of activities that will help them. We've got one called Creating Through Grief, which is based in Matson. It's a series of workshops for young people exploring grief and death, which are themes that are present, unfortunately, for a lot of young people. We've got the Fair Shares allotment in Barton and Treadworth as well. They're going to run a selection of free creative workshops to create an allotment gallery with a focus on nature and the natural environment. I'm going along to one of their events next week. We've got Beyond the Platform, which is Gloucestershire Community Rail Partnership producing a collection of rail heritage stories with underrepresented communities and young people in Gloucester. So I think you can see it's not all just a very mainstream art programme we're delivering. We are engaging with our residents and our community to make sure we reach all corners of it.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. So we're now moving on to the next question, question 8, from Councillor James to the Cabinet Member for the Environment, please. Thank you.
That Councillor Patel raised, we do have a very big problem with graffiti in this city. I understand that a mural that was part of the bid for Gloucester Park's green flag status was defaced very soon after it was painted, and that was then dealt with fairly promptly. But what is being done to remove graffiti in public spaces in other areas? In my ward, there's graffiti all over the stones in the middle of Kingsway at Coningsby, over all the telephone boxes, by which I mean the internet boxes. I've reported graffiti over a matter of months and still nothing's been done. So will the new strategy deal with that, please?
Councillor Sebastian Field, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, graffiti is a serious problem in our parks and indeed across the city. And I share your frustration with getting graffiti cleared off internet boxes and phone boxes and post boxes and things like that. The experience is it's quite hard to get in touch with BT. It's quite hard to get in touch with the post office. They don't reply to you, and then they remove the graffiti the next day, and you think, okay, well, obviously my report worked. The new strategy that we've got, the action plan, does contain email addresses for those organisations. We have even spoken to a number of them in terms of would they like us to remove the graffiti for them, and they usually come back and say they have their own in-house people to do it and they prefer to use those. But we all constantly explore all avenues. But I'm very keen to hear any instances of graffiti in your ward. Please do keep reporting it to Here to Help, because we need to collect the data. And just to say also that we've got an action plan. We put a motion to this council in January 2024 when we were the opposition, and now we have an action plan and we're taking it forward. The Conservatives were in power for 20 years. Where was their action plan?
Thank you, Councillor Field. And we're moving on now to the next question, which is from Councillor Millard to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources, please. Councillor Millard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the answer. If the spaces that are currently provided for disabled people downstairs are full, can you please describe what provisions there are for our blue badge holders to be able to attend these meetings?
Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Well, first of all, the question is one of those things where a yes and no action can do. We do have other car parks we can park in, but I agree that they are quite far away. So that gives us a problem, but we need to look into. But with regards to Regas, I'm afraid we are very much restricted by the agreement that we signed. I can't remember how many years ago it was now, and we've all had these circumstances where we come and tried to park in one of the Regas spaces, and somebody comes running out very, very quickly and tells you that you can't do it. And I do remember having a big argument with one pretty obnoxious person who had wanted to park his car and found I was in his space, and we sort of had a bit of a frank exchange of views. The only thing I can think of is maybe reserve one space or two spaces for disabled parking for councillors, and that's what we can look into. Unfortunately, we are cursed in the sense that there aren't very many parking spaces in that car park, and there just aren't enough, if I'm honest. So we're just going to have to try and do what we can with what little we've got. So I'll get that looked into.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we're moving on now to the next question, which is from Councillor Graham, please, to the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the response. I appreciate the Council does not have the direct resources to conduct a water quality testing at St Bridge Ponds. However, while there may not be immediate cause for concern based on past events, it is important to be forward-thinking when it comes to safeguarding public health and the environment. I urge the Council to work proactively with the Environment Agency to ensure that regular water quality monitoring is put in place. Is this something you could do?
Councillor Field, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. St Bridge Pond is one of the jewels in the crown for this council. It's one of our 4 green flag parks and open spaces, and I had the pleasure of visiting that and on a tour of the green flag parks with our Parks and Open Spaces manager in the summer. We went to St Bridge and had a look, and it's really thriving with lots of wildlife there, and it's really looking good. I note your concern about suggesting desilting. That's something that, you know, it's a sort of an ideal world situation, because I think we talked about £700,000 that would cost, and we simply don't have that sort of money unless we stopped pretty much everything else, like cutting the grass. So it's a lot of money. Yes, we do work very closely with the Environment Agency, and very keen to do so in the future. We don't always control directly things like water testing and water quality, but if there was ever a concern about public health, then of course we'd react very quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Field. So our next question is from Councillor Lewis, please, to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your answer. Not exactly the longest answer I've ever seen on the planet, I'll tell you that. You know exactly what I was asking. You know, what is happening with Eastgate Market? Not just that they're getting their licences sorted. So what we're struggling with, Levelling Up Fund. So basically, after all the partake I took with GL1, what is your contingency plan for the market? Because those traders keep ringing me up and wondering what the heck is going on, because they haven't seen anybody from the Cabinet, well, since you got in power.
Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, it was a short answer. I have arranged a meeting with the traders and officers. I don't want to say anything more, because I think it would be discourteous to them for me to start saying things in public before I've spoken to them myself. But I want to clear the air in meeting. I want them to hear all their grievances, all their issues, and just go in with an open mind. So I'm sure it's going to be what's the word, was it to be a frank exchange of views or a candid discussion in the course of what points will be raised. But nonetheless, it's a meeting that I would like to have been able to do it sooner, but it has been arranged. I will go and have a word with them. And as you say, a big part of the problem is the Levelling Up Fund, which we as a council thought that we had, and we were told by the government that we had, and we still don't know whether or not it's going to go ahead or not. Yes, we have spoken to the MP. So that sort of puts us in a bit of a limbo, but nonetheless, there are other issues there which I am aware of. So we will get down, we'll speak to them in a sort of open manner, and we'll see what we can sort out for them. But it's just it's a shame it's taken so long. But nonetheless, I will go into that with an open mind.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Just a reminder, as the clock is ticking, that brevity would be appreciated, as we still have quite a few questions. We want to get through as many as possible. So moving on now to Councillor Miller, please. A question for the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Miller, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Councillor has answered my question adequately. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. So we move on now to Councillor Hyland, please. A question for the Leader of the Council. and the Cabinet Member for Regeneration. Councillor Hyland, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hyland. So now we have Councillor Bell, who has a question for the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you, Lady Mayor. Seeing its recycling balers cost the City Council taxpayers over 250,000 of ratepayers' money, how long will it remain out of use? What are the employees doing while they're not working on the baler? And what's happened to the materials that have gone into the baler?
Councillor Bell, do you have a supplementary question adding to that? You don't. Okay, thank you.
That's been answered then.
So we move on now to Councillor Gravels, please, with a question for the Leader of the Council.
Yeah, thank you. So as Andy just said, another short answer from the administration. I will come to the question, but the question sets out the number of the issues that we have with the administration. We requested that the report comes to ONS on the 2nd of September. And then the leader says, I approved the final version of the report on 3rd of September, designed to ensure that it didn't come to scrutiny. So my question is, in a genuine question, Jeremy, do you value scrutiny? And do you think that pre-scrutiny at cabinet level is a good way of working with you in order to improve the service that we all provide to the residents of Gloucester? Pre-scrutiny at cabinet is something that I want to see more of. But when you sign off things after the date of our meeting, it's not too helpful.
Councillor Hilton to respond, please. Thank you.
Can I just say, first of all, the report was put into the forward plan at a very late time, and it was not complete and it was not ready. It was being drafted and worked on during the holiday season, and I had to wait until the officer came back at the end of August to ask for some amendments to that report and to have a conversation with it. So it was not signed off until the 3rd of September. This cabinet report is the beginning of a project. I've already had some questions from Stephanie on that. You're quite welcome to talk about this cabinet report at the next scrutiny committee. And I assumed that the committee clerk who'd asked me asked if that was possible, and I said yes. So it will go to scrutiny. Sometimes the reports have got a number of iterations to go through, and the project's got a long time to go. So there's plenty of opportunity for the scrutiny committee to discuss it and to discuss, frankly, other sites in Gloucester that should be looked at for regeneration purposes. May I also say that when scrutiny calls in members of the cabinet, one thing I think would be polite is that the cabinet member and the officer are asked to present that report before a tenant is asked to speak. We had a situation at the first scrutiny committee when we were talking about the Tuffley, what was it, the
Club at Tuffley?
Tuffley Park Club, where my cabinet member and the senior officer were asked to speak, and the tenant was asked to speak and spent half an hour on that before the cabinet member was asked to present the report. I do think it would be polite in the future, if you call in cabinet members, you ask them to speak first and not after everybody else.
Well, at least, no, it's tempting to come back.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
So we move on now to a question from Councillor Stephanie Chambers to the Leader of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in the same tradition, this question has not been answered at all. And I was surprised that you mentioned these two sites in your supplementary answer earlier on, because I just thought you completely omitted to read the names of them there, because there was no mention of them in the answer. So my question is, before you go down the route of doing the very expensive task of compulsory purchasing and lots of legal costs, etc., what is happening with St Oswald's, which is a prime bit of brownfield land, £2 million worth of investment secured by this administration and Andrew's dedication and perseverance? Why is that not proceeding before you start bringing papers about compulsory purchasing other properties?
Councillor Hilton, please.
As you know, Stephanie, I'm fully in favour of the housing plan for St Oswald Park. It actually sits in my county council division, and I know it's a project that's been through its gestation during the period of your administration, and that the land deals have been sorted, and that the brownfield land money is there from the government. It really is now in the hands of Rooftop Housing to proceed with the project and to put in the planning application. As far as Utopia is concerned, that again is in my city ward. That is a project by a third party. They have got planning permission, but I think they're seeking a development partner to proceed with it. It is a site which is difficult because it's the old railway siding yards, but those are two projects, so we're very keen to deliver. What we're looking at is other sites that have been left and forgotten. And the one on 6769 London Road is in the city plan, is identified for 60 houses. The developers sat on it for year after year after year and paid no business rates year after year after year, which would have got the local authorities at least £1 million by now in business rates if they'd been using it. They stripped out the services, so it's impossible to deliver. And we've been told on a number of occasions they have somebody who's interested in buying. I know of a company that did put in an offer and it was refused. We're trying to kickstart that project. And similarly, we're trying to deal with something like Spread Eagle Court, which is a fine building in the conservation area that's in danger of decaying, and we need to make sure that project is kicked off as well. The two sites you mentioned, of course, just brownfield vacant land. They're not, there's no buildings on there at all. So we've got a lot to do in Gloucester. And those two projects are ones we're definitely keen to deliver. But they are in third parties. They're in control of it at the moment. And we leave it, it's up to them to push it forward. We look forward to the planning application from Rooftop Housing. I believe it was your administration that negotiated the agreements with them.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So we move on now to our next question, which is from Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Deputy Leader. Thank you.
What number was that, Madam Mayor?
It's number 19.
No supplementary.
No, okay, thank you. So we move on to question 20, which is from Councillor Patel to the Leader of the Council. Thank you, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question asks the Leader for his opinion, not the opinion of the Liberal Democrat Party. If I wanted the opinion of the Liberal Democrat Party, I would have written to the Liberal Democrat Party. There are two small independent schools within my inner city ward. They don't charge tens of thousands of pounds in school fees, unlike the likes of Eton, Cheltenham Ladies College, King's School, and many others, which are attended by mostly, let's be honest here, the children of millionaires, not the children of working class families whose parents are on low incomes mostly in blue collar jobs. Does the Leader of the Council agree with me? I'll ask again. Does the Leader of the Council agree with me that the new Labour government proposal to introduce the blanket VAT charge on all private and independent schools is wicked and cruel? And will he give me an undertaking today to write to the relevant government minister and the Prime Minister Keir Starmer to urge them to reconsider their proposal, which will have an adverse effect on the families of people on low incomes? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton, please.
Yeah, well, I'm not the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I'm not a member of the Labour Party. If you wish to take up this issue, I suggest you know the address, you know the email address of the Member of Parliament for Gloucester, Alex McIntyre. He's your constituency MP. I suggest you write to him directly and put that point that you just made to me. That's your job, I would have thought, to write to your constituency MP. I'm here to lead the council and to look at the services of this authority. I have no responsibility and no power over the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I have no negotiating position because I'm not a member of the Labour Party.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. We're going to take just one more question before the time runs out. So it's Councillor Marshall, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In response to Jamaica Day, I had a lot of response from people in the community saying that the park was left in a real big mess. And even the organisers of the event really struggled to find anywhere to actually put the waste because there wasn't enough bins. So my question is, in the future, would you consider having big commercial waste bins at these events? Also, another thing, nice and clean toilets, because residents were complaining. Sorry, that's two questions. Residents were complaining about the state of the toilets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Sebastian Field to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. Yeah, the answer sets out, some of the problems that occurred with that event, and I've heard other events in the Gloucester Park have caused similar problems. And I think what we need going forward is to have some discussions with organisers well in advance of these events so that we can really identify their needs and provide for them. I think what's happened here is we've been in a very honest and forthcoming way. We tried to provide as much support as we can, and that hasn't been enough. So what we're looking at in the future is working with the licensing team to have some sort of agreement in place for future events to prevent this happening again.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Field. We may have time for one more question from Councillor Millard, if you have one, Councillor.
I don't have a supplementary.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Graham, 30 seconds.
So the next one, if it's a very brief one, Councillor Graham, to the Cabinet Member for the Environment. You don't? Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Lewis, do you have a question for the Leader of the Council? Thank you.
Yeah, I was the Armed Forces champion for many, many years. And the answer that I got from the leader was just so evasive and passing the buck over to Rebecca. I understand that, don't get me wrong, but it just seemed wrong. I just can't get over the fact that we are the only council in the whole county who doesn't have a representative on the Armed Forces Committee, which is run at the council by my good colleague here, Andrew. If you were going to be the representative, as Jeremy's, Councillor Hilton, sorry, as represented, could you please make sure that you actually come to the meetings and do what the champion is supposed to do, like the rest of the county as well? Okay?
Thank you. Councillor Hilton? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think at the AGM, I mentioned that we were getting rid of the 6 named champions that the Conservative administration had. But one of the things I did do was put Rebecca Trimnell in charge of the Armed Service Covenant. And there is a cabinet paper going to the next cabinet about the armed services. So she's taking up that opportunity. And I'm sure if her diary fits, she will attend meetings if she's asked to attend them. Sometimes you say somebody's not turned up for something, it's whether they've been invited in the first place. So that's it. We have got somebody who's directly responsible for the Armed Service Covenant and dealing with issues related to the Armed Service. I think Rebecca was at the flag raising on Armed Service Day. So
I signed the covenant.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. That brings the question time to a close. So we're now moving on to the next agenda item, which is questions to chairs of meetings. I gather there are no questions to chairs of meetings. So we're now moving on to agenda item 9, leisure services, procurement, outcome and capital investment. It's reserved for discussion. Councillor Wilson to move and Councillor Courtney to second the following motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know things are serious when I wear a tie. This is very much the most substantive issue we will be discussing tonight. The report that you will see before you is seeking council approval of a capital investment in enhancement works at GL1, Oxtal Sports Centre and Oxtal Sports Centre. Members are asked to note that subject to the approval by council of this capital investment, the managing director will award a 15-year leisure services contract to the highest scoring bidder in the recent procurement process. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy consultation and procurement process to secure the future of our leisure services, principally GL1 and Oxtal Sports Centre. We have worked with specialist legal and procurement advisors following their best practice advice and the recommendations and guidelines of Sport England. The process was put in train by the previous administration, and at this point I would like to thank the officers who have worked so hard to make this happen, because I know an awful lot's going on in the background. And I would also like to thank the previous administration for putting this in motion, in particular Councillor Lewis, who I know played a big role on it. Whenever we had our AGM after the local elections, I did say when we were deciding who was going to be the leader and who was going to run the council, that in many ways it shouldn't matter, because all of us should be working together for the good of the city. And this is one of these projects that is for the good of the city, and I hope that we all can get behind and support. We have now supported this process now, and we think we've brought it to a positive conclusion. The history of our leisure services, the collapse of the Aspire Trust, the decision to procure the services of a national multi-site operator and to create a new sports and physical activity strategy have been well debated and documented by this council. Officers have undertaken a legally compliant procurement process to identify a new operator. We are not here to debate this process. That's been done, or its outcome. The procurement process decision was taken by the previous cabinet in March 2024 and scrutinised by overview and scrutiny in February 2024, and there was no amendments offered. Our votes tonight are solely to consider a capital investment in the centres, particularly GL1, clearing the path for an exciting new partnership and vision with the new operator. That is why I am introducing this report and not the Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure, because we're talking about capital investment here. It is very clear that GL1 requires investment. It's 20 years old and it's looking a bit tired, unfortunately. The facilities are showing signs of ageing. There is need for refurbishment and for equipment to be replaced and updated. During the procurement process, all of the bidders stressed the need for there to be an investment in the facilities to improve the customer experience and offer. Investment will lead to increased usage, satisfaction and income, and a reduction in carbon emissions, contributing to our net zero targets. Furthermore, it will enhance the centre's capacity to contribute to the council's strategic priorities in the sports and physical activity strategy. The preferred bidder submission includes an increased income stream to the council over the contract term, and that will more than cover the estimated borrowing costs of the proposed investment that we're talking about tonight. In a few years, this will deliver a significant income stream to the council, as demonstrated in the confidential Appendix C, which you will have all seen. The management fee is fixed by the contract, so the commercial risk in delivering those figures lies with the operator. The numbers you see before you in Appendix C, as soon as that contract is signed, they are contractually obliged to deliver those numbers. The risk isn't with us, it is with them. Their figures are based on extensive experience and many years of trading in the sector across the country. And I'm sure they would not have submitted them unless they felt confident of achieving them. I want to put in a word of caution here now, because we have had some discussions over the last week or so. The greatest risk facing us here tonight is what will happen if we do not approve this capital investment. As you know, the facilities are currently being managed under an interim contract by Freedom Leisure. That contract expires on the 1st of January 2025. Officers are looking toward this new contract immediately to give the preferred bidder a sufficiently long gearing up period to take over from January. So if we have failed to agree the capital investment this evening, officers would have to attempt to identify an extension to the interim arrangement that would come at some cost to this council, compared with the proposals on the table in Appendix C. There is no guarantee that the current interim operator would even agree to extend this arrangement. So at worst, we could be unable to maintain the continuity of the service and the facilities might have to close again. At best, there would be negative financial consequences on the council whilst an interim contract was extended.
I'm sorry,
Furthermore-
Councillor Wilson, you're over time.
Okay, I'm literally on the last
Okay,
paragraph.
carry
I
on.
can indulge you. Yeah, thank you. If we were not to approve this tonight, we would undermine the commitment this council has made to University of Gloucestershire and Blackridge Charitable Community Trust. So we have an excellent offer in front of us, and I would really hope that people will approve it tonight. Thank you very much, and thank you for the indulging me.
Does he have a second?
Do you have a seconder?
Yes,
Do you wish to speak now?
No, I'll reserve the right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Are there any amendments? Councillor Lewis? No? No amendments? Oh, an amendment from Councillor Alistair Chambers.
My amendment is purely for the fact to take this up to overview and scrutiny, because like everything in this council, it should not be called Gloucester City Council. It should be called justintime.co.failure council. The reason I say that is because you've just basically said, if we fail to agree, to try and make the onus on us, if we fail to agree, that you said we have to agree, that it would close. Yeah, this should have been sorted out at the start of your leadership and administration. You've been in power since May, June, July, August, September. Here we are, 5 months later. We all knew this was a temporary contract. We're 5 months into it. So the amendment is to refer this to overview and scrutiny. So therefore, everyone can have a good look at it. £6 million. It's not 100,000. It's not a couple of grand. It's not 300,000. It's not 500,000. It's not £250,000. It's not £750,000. It's not 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. It's £6 million, which was not in the council's budget for this year. It was not in the budget. So we're asking the people of our city to lend this council £6 million without them being even approached about it. No one knows about it, and it's all exempt. Closed doors, smoke and mirrors, £6 million. Oh, and if you don't do it, we're already bad because we made it close. No, we haven't made it close. The failure of the council officers have made it close, like they have done
Councillor
already.
Chambers, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could just stick to the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment is to actually review the £6 million, find out, are we getting good interest rates on it? We're paying over the thing? Is the £6 million over the 15-year period going to cost the City Council £30 million, £40 million?
Thank you.
We've got to look
Thank
at
you,
that.
Councillor Chambers. I think Councillor Hilton to respond.
Yeah, just
Not good enough, Jeremy.
Can we have an adjournment, please? This is and can we have the amendment in writing so that we know precisely what Councillor Chambers is proposing? But I think we need an adjournment just to clarify with our groups whether we're going to support or not.
Okay, everyone, we're going to have an adjournment whilst Councillor Chambers writes that down and it can be circulated to all members. So let's say a 10-minute adjournment. Thank you, everyone. Just to give you an update, obviously the amendment has been circulated to all members via email. I now come back to Councillor Alistair Chambers and ask if you have a seconder, please. Councillor Chambers. Yes, Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you, everyone. Oh. Just to give you an update, obviously the amendment has been circulated to all members. Yes, bit of an echo there.
You're on iPlayer.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Does Councillor O'Donnell wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Councillor O'Donnell, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Madam Mayor. Don't I get to propose my motion and then speak on it now we've cleared it up?
The previous proposal has been taken as your speech, Councillor Chambers.
You spoke on it for some time.
So, as you spoke on it for some time, so we're now going to invite the monitoring officer to give a report on this. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's an unusual position for me to be in, to give advice direct to the council. Obviously, the amendment's before you, and you've seen the intention of that amendment is to put the matter back to overview and scrutiny. That process has already taken place. It's the function of this evening's meeting to approve the capital investment. The reason why I will be advising this authority to reject the amendment is as follows: that where an authority does not follow its own rules and regulations, it leaves itself open to judicial challenge. In respect of this particular procurement exercise, there are two potential routes of challenge. One is through the judicial review process, and the other is the specific challenges that are afforded to people who are disappointed by the procurement process that applies when light touch procurement takes place. This is a light touch procurement, although I gather that that may not feel that way to you people tonight. However, it is. So there are potentially two routes of challenge, and both of which would be potentially very expensive for us to defend, and reputationally very expensive in case this authority gained a reputation for not following its own rules. But more importantly, the cost of defending either procurement challenge through the regulations or through judicial review is extensive. I have a lot of experience of being at authorities that have been judicially reviewed, and it's a costly, time-consuming and reputationally damaging exercise. I would therefore urge this authority to reject the amendment that's before you.
No. So you now ask if the amendment is accepted by the Councillor Wilson. It's not a question for officers, I'm afraid.
No. I'm going to now ask Councillor Wilson if you accept the amendment. No. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any debate on the amendment? Yes?
Councillor Alistair Chambers already spoke.
Okay, it has to be someone who hasn't already spoken.
Do I get to speak?
Councillor O'Donnell?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I know what legal's saying, but at the end of the day, it's taxpayers' money we're going to be investing, and I think we need to be looking at every possible angle with this. And I don't think what's been said tonight has covered everything. I think it's just the council always moans, ever since I've been a councillor, that there's no funding for anything. Suddenly they pull money out their ass, out their pocket, sorry, and they find £6 million. A few years ago, £11 million was found for the indoor market. That disappeared. So I do think that the scrutiny really need to go over this again and bring it to council after it's been through again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. And obviously, be as careful as you can with your language. Thank you. Councillor Gravels.
Thank you. So I've just got a question following on from the from the advice from the monitoring officer, which I understand, and you've made it perfectly clear what we should do with your advice. But I don't understand why we were not allowed to bring this to scrutiny in the first place. That's what we wanted to do. Why was that not agreed to?
Any other debate?
Well,
If there's no other debate.
Well, Madam Mayor, I don't mean to be difficult, but before the Chief Exec tells you to move on, could somebody give me an answer to the question I just put to the monitoring officer?
We were just about to do that, Councillor Gravels. Councillor Wilson, would you like to?
Someone else.
Oh,
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on from what Councillor Cavell said, in that we, you know, in the room then we were told we would be able to do questions and get answers from them, not just speak once, have that opportunity. I didn't realise that's what we were going to go into. I understood we were going to be able to get the deep, normal rules of debate, but we spoke in there about questions. Okay, I did. That's not what I understood.
So Councillor Hilton. Councillor Hilton? Or is it Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Hilton raised his hand. I'll go.
Councillor Wilson, you have a right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, to address the first issue, it's clear from the advice that we've received tonight that turning down this recommendation would be financially disastrous for this council, and we've had, frankly, enough of those before going any further. The money that was arrived at for the capital spend went through. It was the previous administration went through a very rigorous process with the consultants, and they worked out that particular capital number, and they did it in conjunction with the experienced consultant working in other councils throughout the country. So it's a firm number, and then it was put to all the bidders. With respect to overview and scrutiny, it did go before overview and scrutiny in February, and in fact this is the procurement project plan that went before February overview and scrutiny. And if you look at it, you will see got the 20th of September 2024 notification letter sent to bidders. So we are actually on track with what was put before overview and scrutiny, and nobody at the time raised any objections or raised any amendments to it. So I would urge everyone, the people of this city deserve proper, good leisure facilities. I'm sorry, but you just can't turn around and say they're not good enough to have what other cities, successful cities and towns have. We need to update our leisure facilities. This will give us more revenue as a result of it. It will not mean less. If we turn this down, there's going to be considerable legal costs potentially. There could be legal challenges, and we could struggle to find another operator to operate those facilities if our current one suddenly decides to walk away because the contract ends on the 1st of January at the beginning of next year. So then we could end up with people out of a job back where we were. How long ago was it? A year ago. So.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
No, that's the right reply. You now need to move to a vote on the amendment.
We are now moving to a vote on the amendment.
With the greatest respect, Madam Mayor, with the greatest respect, point of order. I've not been, the motion I raised, the amendment, apparently people didn't understand it, so we had to go through it. It got raised. I would like to have spoke on that, even for a few seconds. I wasn't given my time originally. I was cut short and told to formalise it. I was not given the 3 minutes. You can go back. I have a right to propose a motion under the Constitution for 3 minutes. Please have a look at the Constitution. I would like my last 35 seconds of my speech to propose.
Terribly sorry, Councillor Alistair Chambers. We do need to now go to the vote on the
With the greatest respect, this is £6 million of taxpayers' money, and we don't know what's happening with it. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say how much it is.
You can speak in the main debate. So a vote on the amendment, please. All those in favour? All those against?
Right, the amendment's lost.
The amendment is lost. Thank you. So we go back to the original motion now. Are there any other amendments?
Okay.
Okay, and then we're going to move on to debate.
And everyone can speak in that.
And everyone can speak. Councillor Gravels.
I just want to come back to the question I put earlier. My question was to the monitoring officer, and I'm not sure I understand why Councillor Wilson answered and the monitoring officer didn't answer. Could the monitoring officer answer the question about why this didn't come to scrutiny originally, rather than Councillor Wilson? No disrespect, Declan, but I just want to hear it from the monitoring officer for future reference.
Councillor Wilson will need to respond to that.
In his right to reply.
The debate is for councillors and not for officers. Sorry, Councillor Gravels.
Could I have some advice, please, on an answer for Councillor Gravels?
Questions?
Anyone else like to join in the debate? Councillor O'Donnell, please. Thank you.
You said the key word possible, but it possibly might not happen. And it's £6 million that we're going to be throwing at this company. What if they go bust? Will there be any securities on the money? Will we be able to get any of the money back? And are there any councillors that are actually on the trustee panel so we can keep an eye on what they're doing? It's things like this that we really need to know about.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Wilson mentioned that this came to scrutiny in February. Just looking around this chamber, there's a high percentage of members that were not councillors at the time. There's a lot of councillors who may have been on that scrutiny are no longer on the scrutiny committee. And if Councillor Gravels asks a question to the monitoring officer, with all due respect, if the monitoring officer is giving us advice in this chamber today and a question is asked to the monitoring officer, why is the monitoring officer not able to give an answer? And as a few other members have already said, this is taxpayers' money. This is £6 million of taxpayers' money. What on earth is this new administration up to? Why can't they follow the proper process? If you were doing things properly, we wouldn't be having to rush this through right now in this manner. If it had gone through scrutiny properly, we wouldn't be having these conversations right now and we would have been able to get this through. At the end of the day, we're all here for the best interests of this city and the residents of this city, and we all want what's right. But we've got to do things properly. And the way you began, it's an absolute shambles.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Pullen, please.
Thank you. Now that we return to the substantive debate, first could I start by thanking officers for all the work that they've done in this process and for the cabinet members, whoever they are, in bringing this process forward and bringing us to the place that we are now in. There's been far too much uncertainty about leisure services and facilities in the city. The previous provider was not fully supported by the previous administration, and frankly, the facilities fell into a poor state of review. And I'm sorry, but the previous administration took their eye off the ball, and that is why we found ourselves in the situation that we were in earlier on this year. The Labour group would have preferred to bring the service back in-house. We've looked at the costs in terms of VAT, in terms of potential impact on pension and on business rates. The procurement process was agreed by the previous administration, and this administration are carrying out the process that was agreed. Councillor Lewis, Councillor Chambers and everyone else who was in the cabinet at the time. It's been a long and thorough process, and we have to put faith in those who have made those decisions and come up with a recommended or a preferred bidder. We need stability. We need people in this city to have confidence in our leisure services. That's what they pay their council tax for. That's what they deserve. We've got a bidder on the table which is preferred. Now, regarding the capital investment, yes, £8 million is an awful lot of money. And I have to say, had the council have invested that money in previous years in those facilities, we would not find ourselves in a position now where we were having to pay £8 million to frankly bring the standards back up. So, in order to support the preferred bidder, we should remember that the investment is not to the bidder, but to Gloucester City Council capital ownership. We still own those premises. That is ultimately what the money will go for, and ultimately it improves the facilities, it increases footfall into our provision, and it will increase income to the council. We will be strongly recommending that we support the proposals on the table this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't think that any of my group are not wanting this to go through. They want to support this. They want great leisure facilities. They want improvements in the building. We do. That is everything that we have done as a previous administration to make sure this happens. However, the detail is now coming out. We have a new chair of overview and scrutiny. He requested for this paper that this isn't the paper that went previously to overview and scrutiny. This is a separate paper. I presume I'm right in that. I'm sure I am. It's a different paper, and he requested to be able to scrutinise that. There is nothing wrong. That is the whole purpose of scrutiny. And that is what the administration now did when they were in opposition. They scrutinised papers, and that's what our chair of overview scrutiny is asked to do today. Well, not today, but previously and today. So again, we find ourselves, like in other situations, we're told, you have to do what we've said, or, you know, the council is at detriment. Now, nobody wants to see the council at detriment. Everybody wants to see great facilities. We all agree. What we only wanted was scrutiny. And I think that's, before we're getting criticised for not wanting capital investment, which we do, or any other reason, we want great facilities, like Councillor Patel said. We are just saying we wanted to be able to look at things like the capital investment and where that was going and what it was going to be spent on. That is all we had asked to do, answer some questions on. And I was reassured we would be able to answer questions. And then back in this chamber, I'm told we can't.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to remind some of those here that may not be aware of what our positions are as city councillors. We are not employees of the council. We are not employees that get pensions, holiday pay, entitlements of an employee. We are elected members on an allowance. We are employed as such by the electorate who vote us in. We are here for the electorate. We are not here to pander to the council's demands that, oh, if we don't do it, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. If you remember the last council meeting, the city council failed dramatically to even re-engage their contract for payment services. Payments into this council, they failed to renew that contract. As a result, they had to go with the same provider at detriment to the city council taxpayers at a cost stipulated by the provider. Otherwise, all payment processes we had to vote it through. We didn't like it, but we had to vote it through. This is another situation. It's not been looked at properly. We have been told we have to vote it through or we're letting the people down. No, we've not let anyone down. Asking the questions about where this money is being spent, how it's being spent, isn't letting anyone down. It's safeguarding it. That's what happened with Aspire to begin with. People weren't asking the questions. People just sat there and hands up and down, not even knowing what they're doing. And we here as independents, we're proud to be independents because we're not under any party whip. We vote how we want to vote. We vote for the people, and we're here from the people. They didn't vote party politics. They voted independents because they know we truly support them. And by us standing up here asking for the many millions that have been proposed to the contractors to take over and do the facilities, it's only right to say that, is this money being spent correctly? Is interest rates correct? Is this money going to be spent on contractors spending 6 million in Gloucester and then taking that money back to Edinburgh? Or are we going to be investing in framework contractors local to Gloucester so our suppliers, our builder merchants are benefiting, people are getting that money in their back pocket locally? we don't know. We don't know what's happening, and this isn't right. And we're being bamboozled because light touch contracts it's light touch. Light touch contracts is a government contracts for the public sector, and it actually gives procurement rules much more flexibility. The government states light contracts are for health and social public services. They're subject to much more flexible procurement rules. These contracts warrants greater flexibility. It's more flexible. We should have more flexibility in how we're spending this public money. No one's interested. They're like, oh, let's quickly vote multi-million pounds of taxpayers' money. But you know what? We can say when it all goes wrong, which it will, because this council's bumbled and fumbled on everything so far. When it does go wrong, us four can hold our heads up high and say, we asked for this to be checked immediately within a few days before we signed it off. We can hold our heads up high. Let's see what happens in a few years' time. And I hope it doesn't go wrong, but history has proven, Marketing Gloucester, Aspire, the club at Tuffley, that this council gets it wrong over and over again. It can't even manage its own car parks.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Hilton, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to scrutiny, the Constitution arrangements is that overview and scrutiny has a role to scrutinise cabinet decisions, not council decisions, because we're all here at council making decisions collectively. There's no need to go through scrutiny to do that. We've got to remember that the former cabinet made a decision in March 24 to delegate responsibility to the managing director in consultation with the cabinet member for performance and resources and the cabinet member for culture and leisure. Titles changed slightly, and that report in question was discussed by Overview and Scrutiny in February 2004. So one of the things, my policy is, as a leader of the council, is to continue finishing off projects previously started by the former administration, unless I think they are dreadful. I've seen the report, I've read it all, I've read the original briefing document, which, August 2023, which looks at how the procurement would happen, and I'm confident that the rules have been gone through. Now, if Overview and Scrutiny wants to scrutinise this after the standstill period is over, and when the contractors have been awarded and we know who the new provider is, there is nothing to stop Overview and Scrutiny meeting every night to discuss the GL1 leisure contract if they wish, but they won't. You need to do it every night. But I'm sure the chairman over there will want to call it in to look at how the capital spending is being carried out, how the performance is. I can tell you that having used GL1 to go swimming recently, it needs updating. It needs improving. We need the capital investment will actually generate a greater income to cover that capital investment and benefit it. But not only will it benefit in increased income, but it'll also mean increased usage. And we really need to make sure that GL1 is really used. And what we don't need to do is mess around in the process we've already got to, remembering that we had 44 days when nobody could swim in the Barton pool. It was closed down. We do not want to have a situation like that again. That's why we need to make the decision tonight. Terry mentioned about bringing it back in-house. That was a point both Terry and I myself made at the beginning of just after the Aspire collapse. The cabinet member disagreed. He said, no, we sought advice, and he had sought advice, and it said it wasn't the best option. We've now got to the point where we've gone down all that process. You just cannot go backwards. You've got to go forwards. And you don't need to divert one way or another, because what you'll end up doing is ending up with legal problems, as the monitoring officer said. Challenges from those who are unhappy that they didn't get the contract, or challenges from others, judicial reviews, the whole lot. It'll be a mess, an absolute mess. So, Madam Mayor, I will want to call for a recorded vote in supporting the resolution so that everybody is aware which members of this council supported the process and the outcome, and which members of this council can turn up at GL1 and admire the improvements that have taken place there with the capital investment there, and they can say, I voted for that. That's what we want to do. Don't know whether there's anything else. No. Oh, yeah, that was a point about, Councillor Patel talked about improving GL1 and the investment. Yeah, we're following the process that the former Conservative cabinet set up and changed.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I think we're over time. Thank you so much. Councillor Lewis wanted to say something. Sorry for the long wait.
Because I'm the only one who's in every single meeting about Aspire and everything else and started this process, I have listened to such a load of tripe tonight because it wasn't right. We started this procurement process, and the one in overview and scrutiny in January or whatever was the scrutiny of the procurement process. This is the result of that procurement process, and it is a damn good and robust bid these people have put into. If the figures are right, and I'm not going to say they're right or wrong, but that's what SLC, the leading leisure company advisory or whatever you like to call it in the country, that's what they advised us to do. We couldn't bring it back in price. Well, I don't know what temperature a pool's got to be and all this. I haven't got a clue. You know, and we had to semi-employ one bloke to keep switching it on and off to actually keep the pool running. Now, I mean, the capital controls, which is in this document, are absolutely essential. The 6 million, whoopee-doo, yeah, we actually offered them more as an administration, and they turned it down. They said they'd rather go into receivership. That's fine. We're in a better place now because of it. And the scrutiny will happen, because this is a 15-year contract. You will get your chance, Andrew, don't you fret. You know, and I might be going against some in my group, and that's fine. You know, we us Tories do have to argue now and again. But I was in every single meeting when it came up to Aspire. We offered them everything they asked us for, and they still pulled the plug. The one sticking point was the capital controls. We wanted to know where they're spending the money. That was micromanaging. Oh, can't do that. And I got one certain person who used to work down there now doesn't even speak to me when we're meeting in public. She won't do it. Shut up, Pam, please. You know, I racked my brains. I questioned the officers. I got the legal involved and everything else. And this was the best outcome. Go on about 40 days of not with a Barton Pool and whatever. That wasn't our fault. Because we offered them the money to stay in business, and they just didn't want it. You know, I don't know what more I can say, because this is a damn good document. You might be questioning it, like Alistair said, or whatever, but we started it. The Liberals, fair dues to them, have carried it on and haven't gone anywhere else. But that was the sound advice by a leading company in this country about leisure facilities. Couldn't take it in-house. Couldn't just separate the two, you know, GL1 and Oxtalls. Oxtalls is the money burner. Not money burner, the money maker. There's not many facilities that can go wrong there. How long have I got? Have I finished? Was that enough? All right.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I raise a point of order? I don't know how that works, but never done it. Yeah, it's an element of the Constitution. It's overview and scrutiny procedure rules 1.1. Thank you.
I
This is
deal with
about
Yeah.
I'm handing over to Head of Paid Service to explain. Thank you, Councillor Chambers.
Madam Mayor, the officer's interpretation of the Constitution is that scrutiny's role in relation to budget and policy framework matters is literally that, the budget itself. So scrutiny would have a role in scrutinising budget proposals coming forward prior to them coming to council, but not to scrutinise sort of every capital investment decision coming forward to council. The budget as an overall policy framework.
Councillor Gravels.
Sentence doesn't refer to. Sorry, that sentence doesn't refer to the word budget.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Councillor Gravels. You've already spoken in this debate, and I think Councillor O'Donnell had already spoken in the debate.
You cannot steamroller this through when we have questions. That is not really fair or acceptable, and that is certainly not democratic. So the Chief Executive Officer just read something from the Constitution. But if you look at the Constitution, I'm looking at my colleagues to see if I'm right, it doesn't say budget. Where did that come from, Mr McGuinty? And perhaps you'd like to read that sentence out.
We can't have a Q&A with officers. We have to follow procedure.
No, in that case, guys, we absolutely move with suspend standing orders. Because
I second that.
This was tried at the so-called, in inverted commas, information session that we had last Thursday. Every time we asked a question, we were told, oh, it's information session, you can't ask questions. So I moved that we suspend standing orders so that officers can answer our questions directly, one-to-one.
I second that. I second it, 100%. You're doing the right thing, Councillor Gravels. Thank you for challenging the council, not being bullied by a Stalin-type council.
So,
one half of all councillors must vote in favour of suspension of standing orders. So that is the rule.
Madam Mayor, can you confirm to some members that might not know what standing order suspension is? If you could clarify that for some new members. My understanding is that it means that we can ask officers questions, so we're not hiding anything from the public, and we're doing our due diligence as councillors. That's my understanding. Thank you.
I think I'll ask Mr McGuinty to...
I don't have anything to add.
So we need to vote now on whether you want to suspend standing orders.
Those in favour?
Those in favour?
4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12. Okay, those against?
Those against?
No, that's lost.
And that is lost.
Can we, I did ask for a recorded vote. I don't know if you heard me. So a recorded vote on that, if that's okay. Oh,
So sorry.
well, I'll save the video clip of that. Thank you.
Are there any other contributors to the debate? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to remind people that we're being asked, we're being asked to vote on the approval of the capital investment this evening into the leisure centre. We've been through a tough time.
Objection, that's incorrect. We're here to vote for the money lending, not of the improvements. No one's against the improvements. So objection, that's incorrect information.
Councillor Chambers, if you could try not to interrupt. Thank you.
As we heard from Councillor Lewis, the the procurement exercise that's being undertaken and has been undertaken has been reviewed and approved by 2 cabinets now. It's been scrutinised. It's I think we can all agree it's what our city needs. During the COVID pandemic, and then afterwards during the period of closure when Aspire collapsed, our regular users of GL1 had to make alternative arrangements for their fitness and health activities. And our challenge now is to try and draw people back to our leisure centre. And not only that, but to increase our membership. We want to be able to generate enough income from our leisure centre to cover our subsidy and even make a surplus. Not only that, we want to deliver the kind of leisure services that our residents expect and deserve from a modern city centre facility. I'd like to address some of the points that were made in previous debates. So firstly, there was concern about how our contract will be monitored to make sure that it's adhered to and that we don't start seeing a drop-off in service or financial outcome. So the SLC and the officers have developed a set of core measures in line with industry standards and key performance indicators against the strategic objectives. They are outlined in the service specification that's been issued to all of our bidders and will form part of the contract. The operator will be required to report to City Council on a quarterly basis on all of these core measures and KPIs, and they'll also declare any failures to deliver to the required performance standards. Any failures in performance standards would result in performance adjustment points being applied. In addition to this, the operators will meet monthly with council officers for an operational and contractual review of the preceding month. They'll meet quarterly with council officers and the portfolio holder for a strategic partnership board meeting to review quarterly performance reports and progress against the annual service plan. And they'll meet annually with council officers and the portfolio holder in a workshop to devise the annual service plan. So I suppose what I'm saying is the lessons have been learned from the previous experience with Aspire, and the previous administration and ourselves and our officers are making sure that we are tightly bound in contract with this successful operator to make sure that we're protecting ourselves against this happening again in the future. Regarding how the capital funds will be managed, so capital works will be carried out as detailed in the invite to tender and will be included in the contract. The operator has to present detailed proposals to us up to at least RIBA, which is Royal Institute of British Architects, stage F1 before...
I'm very sorry, Councillor Courtney, you're out of time now.
Oh, OK, apologies.
That's OK. No.
But to summarise,
yes,
no
just
works
to
will
very
commence
quickly
until
sum
the
up.
detailed proposals are approved by the council, so we will have oversight of how that money's being spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney.
Madam Mayor, there seems to be some serious disturbance outside while we're merrily chatting along.
David's looking now and Dave Oakhill's gone downstairs.
Is there any other debate from anyone else who has not spoken?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Patel.
Just to go back, just reflecting on what Councillor Hilton said, that we're here in the council chamber today, we're here merely to scrutinise cabinet. Is that correct? Because I don't see that it says in the constitution that we are merely here to scrutinise cabinet. It almost seems like the whole scrutiny process is being undermined by this new administration. And I think...
Could you specify which rule is being broken, Councillor Patel? Thank you.
I don't know exactly which one it is. It was the one that my colleagues were referring to earlier during the point of order that was made by Councillor Gravels.
Which rule of council procedure? We need to be very specific if it's a point of order.
May I continue? May I
It
continue?
needs to be a council procedure rule that's being broken, specifically for a point of order.
I'm still talking. Well, while she's just looking for that, if I may just add that I've been councillor since 2011, and I've never experienced this before. Since in all that time, and you haven't when you were in the opposition either, and you've not experienced that when you were in the opposition. What's happening here is quite astonishing that you're using the chief exec to try and push things through to your agenda. It's absolutely disgraceful. It's absolutely outrageous what's happening
I'm
tonight.
very
It's
sorry, but if you've
unbelievable.
already spoken in the debate, that's it, I'm afraid. So we're sorry.
Councillor Sawyer.
Councillor Sawyer.
I'm shocked by how experienced councillors seem to have little understanding of the process of council. We are doing it properly. Scrutiny is to scrutinise cabinet decisions. Council today is to scrutinise council decisions. You're here today to scrutinise. There's only a select few people. Excuse me, I'm talking. There's only a select.
Point of order. Point of order. Are we only here to...
Councillor Sawyer, do carry on. Could everyone else keep quiet in the chamber, please? Thank you. And after Councillor Sawyer, Councillor Bell.
On scrutiny, sorry, can I say point of order? There's something going on.
Can we have silence in the chamber, please? No point in everyone trying to speak at once. Councillor Sawyer, please finish what you were trying to say. Thank you.
On scrutiny, there's a handful of councillors that scrutinise it. Here, everyone here has the chance to scrutinise. We had the briefing of the night to ask questions. You're all here for debate tonight to discuss it. So it's baffling that experienced councillors seem to not understand. That's why the monitoring officer turned down the amendment, because it's not following the legal process. And we're opening up ourselves to, all sorts of things, and also the reputational damage of this council not following the legal process that you've been doing for years. And the reason you haven't seen anything like this since 2011 is because we were in opposition and we understand the rules and we followed the rules, and we didn't have any of this nonsense because we followed the rules. It's not taxpayers' money. We're borrowing the money. We're not getting it from the money. We're borrowing it, and it'll get paid back. So I just don't understand. I'm baffled here that experienced councillors just seem to not understand how this council works. And you're trying to attack us for stuff we're not doing. We are doing it right. You're the ones that are not doing it right.
Thank you, Councillor Sawyer. Councillor Bell, please.
I know I'm probably the most inexperienced in here, but I've never heard such sort of rubbish in all my life. I have total faith in Councillor Courtney, because I'm sure she'll do a brilliant job for the city. We need our legislators back. We shouldn't be here arguing about borrowing money. We need to get the legislature up and running for the communities that live around it and use it. And all you're doing is pettifogging over nothing. I trust these people at that top table who get paid professionally to do their job. And they'll do their job. If not, we'll hold their feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Pullen, you have
a point of order.
Okay.
A point of order, Madam Mayor. We've been discussing this for a long time. I'd like to refer to closure motion 15.13 in the Constitution, and I now ask that the question now be put.
I'll second that purely for the fact that you're not going to get anywhere with this. You don't answer questions. It's not scrutiny. It's debate, but it's not scrutinised. So let's just go to the vote and let's get it the way you want it.
Alistair Chambers, thank you. So I believe we've had sufficient debate on this item. So we're now going to go to the vote.
No, as to whether the question should now be put.
Should the question now be put to the vote? Those in favour of us now going to a vote? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's carried.
Looks like it's carried.
In which case we go to the vote.
In which case we go to the vote.
Madam Mayor, how many do we need? 5. Can I have 5 people stand up? We'll have a recorded vote.
Yes, we can do a recorded vote on the motion.
Madam Mayor, I will call out councillor names if they can indicate if they are for, against or abstain on the motion on the order paper. Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Tracy. Councillor Hilton.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
Councillor Courtney.
For.
Councillor Field.
For.
Councillor Sawyer.
For.
Councillor Shervey. Councillor Trimnell. Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Pullen. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Abstain.
Councillor Gravels.
With reservations for.
Councillor Lewis.
For.
Councillor Barmia.
For.
Councillor Patel. Councillor Brooker. Councillor Hyman. Councillor Castle. Councillor Conda. Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Radley. Councillor Bell. Councillor Graham. Councillor Harris. Councillor Hyland. Councillor James. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Millard. Councillor Miller. Councillor Norledge. Councillor Sims. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Wiederhold.
The results are 31 in favour and 3 abstentions. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you.
See you guys in 5 years.
We now move on to item 10, appointments to outside bodies. So we received nominations. Oh, yes, Councillor Hilton.
Can I propose the name of Councillor Owen Wiederhold as the additional director appointed by Gloucester City Council on Gloucestershire Airport Limited?
Can I second that, please?
You can have second it. Are there any other?
Are there any other nominations? So we move to a vote on that one. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? That is carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 11, notices of motion. It's the first one proposed by Councillor Alistair Chambers and seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm proud to bring about this motion. Gloucester has an amazing history here, along with the Great History Festival that was brought on by the previous excellent Member of Parliament, Richard Graham. Many people in our city know the great sacrifices our brave Gloucester Regiment with the famous back badge have made. And many people know about the Gloucester Meteor Jet. However,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. It's the wrong one.
I'm
That's
so
the wrong
sorry.
motion.
Which
That's okay, no
motion is it,
problem
Madam
at
Mayor?
all. Sorry?
Which motion is it?
The one about verbal questions.
It's the one about verbal questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah, so as you're all aware, the motion is pretty self-explanatory. Councillor Hilton made a big hoo-ha about the situation when council off-the-cuff questions went into written questions. I've put the extract in the motion where he said he'd immediately when in administration, reverse it, which unfortunately it's, 5, 6 months later, he still hasn't done anything about it. So I thought I'd remind him that he did promise to reverse it. He said it was one of the first things he'd do. So come on, Jeremy, are you a man of your word or are you a liar? Thank you.
Please moderate your language, thank you.
Well, sorry, I want an apology from that, for accusing me of being a liar.
Oh, I didn't mean that. What I meant is, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie? I didn't call you a liar.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Chambers? Councillor Bell. I do apologise. Councillor Bell, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, thank you. No amendments on this one, so we go straight to debate. Who would like? Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, can I just say that when I was in opposition, we said that we were unhappy with going over to written questions. We go back to verbal questions. I think we need to understand that we can't change the constitution without the agreement of other groups. And it's not in my power as leader of this council to change the constitution. And therefore, we need to go through the proper process. And what I find rather amusing is that Councillor Chambers sits on the General Purposes Committee, and he could have brought this up as a request to the General Purposes Committee to ask about us going back to verbal questions and ask for the review of the Constitution. That is happening. He knows it's going to happen. I've just agreed the report that will go to the General Purposes Committee. The Democratic Services will be asking members of the committee to agree a date that we can meet in October before the next full council meeting. I've got no problems with us going back to verbal questions. The issue is wasn't in my power, and I need to go through the proper process. And it's about time some members understood the process. If you want to change the Constitution, write to the chair of the General Purposes Committee. That's me. I'll accept it being put on the agenda and we'll discuss it. And if we think we can change the Constitution, we'll then ask the officers to propose words which will deliver that change. You don't need to move motions at council and start quoting previous speeches of mine just to try and stir up a bit of problems, because I'm quite happy to go back to verbal questions. I know the officers will be, because they're getting rather tired of all your questions that you keep writing in. So, Madam Mayor, I recommend that we just do that. I was going to propose we refer it to committee, but it will get referred to committee anyway, because that's what the motion's saying. So I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Is there any other debate? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, Councillor Hilton did explain to us last week that he was going to take this to general purposes. So thank you if that's your wish. And I hope that the questions we get verbally are more in depth than the questions we've been getting in writing. And the only thing I'd like to say is, I took quite offence to you saying that I wish members would understand the rules. When you stood in this chamber today and said overview and scrutiny cannot challenge decisions of council when they can. And it's clearly in the rules there. So I'd just say maybe you need to read up on the rules.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Pullen now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will try to be brief. I'm pleased to hear that Councillor Hilton has agreed to go back to general purposes. He opposed it when it came in the first place. The Labour group opposed it in the first place when it came in. Let's be honest. Written questions stifle democracy. They stifle instantaneous debate. We've got to get back to a situation where we ask verbal questions. I am sure that if you are a good cabinet member and you are put on the spot, you will know your portfolio, won't you? And you will be able to answer questions for us, won't you? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Lewis now, please.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I was reminded a piece of advice by Mary Smith and Nick Durrant.
Oh, wow.
They
You've
said,
gone back a long-
I know, I do go back a long way, mate, I tell you. But written questions, you get a very thorough answer. You do? Well, occasionally you do. Anyway, Declan's nodding his head. But the only advice that I was ever given as a cabinet member when I first did it 20 odd years ago, know your stuff. Pure and simple. Because it'll soon come out when you say, well, I don't know the answer to that. I'll give you a written answer. And you keep doing that, and it'll soon come out that you're not doing your job. That's the only advice I'll ever give. And I will not ask nasty questions. Well, I might ask one or two. Might ask some embarrassing ones, but I'll never be nasty about it. All right? So just know your stuff. And when it comes through general purposes, I'm sure we'll have a nice big bun fight at the end of the day.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Any other debate, please?
No, move to vote.
In that case, we'll move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motions. Any abstentions?
That's unanimous.
Didn't see any. Okay. That is carried then. Thank you. And now we move on to number 2, which is proposed by Councillor Alistair Chambers and seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Is this the my statue one?
It is the statue one, yes, indeed.
So I'm very proud to bring around this motion purely for the fact that Gloucester has an amazing history. Some aspects of it get hidden away. Many people in our city know the great sacrifices of our brave Gloucester Regiment with the famous back badge, and many people know about the fantastic history around the Gloucester Meteor Jet. However, not many people know in our country, let alone our city, of the many sacrifices of thousands of women in our city that gave the greatest sacrifice anyone could ever give. There were women of all shapes and sizes, but what was the most prominent was women with dark hair who were to be picked out and placed first at risk. For the thousands of women working at the munitions factory, there was a danger in the air. They were working with TNT and lidodite, 2 very poisonous substances that caused toxic jaundice that turned your skin and hair and teeth yellow. But it showed up a lot quicker with women with dark hair, so they became known as the Canary Girls, chosen to work with dangerous lidodite because the symptoms showed up faster in them. Canary, obviously shown with the bright yellow skin, yellow eyes, yellow lips, hence the reference to the birds, canary birds. So many people know the histories, but not many people know about these sacrifices. So what this is about understanding what these fantastic women did to the war effort, which obviously helped us defeat the Axis opposition. Not many people know of the miscarriages, the stillbirths of the canary babies, born with yellow skin. Some survived, but many did not. Perhaps you had a relative who was a canary girl or a baby. If you did, then you should be able to put a roll of honour together for the local ammunitions workers. And that's hopefully what this statue is going to do. It's going to commemorate many people here who have relatives that lived and worked in the ammunitions. We've got the Gloucester Archive, so my hope is that we could put a record together of the women that dedicated their lives and lost their lives as a result of working in the ammunitions factory. So the hope is to obviously propose this statue. And I think the site of the ammunitions factory, which was Quedgeley, would be a great one, a great location. We're not going to go into the details, which isn't in the motion, but I think this is something really, really good that we could all celebrate together. Funding won't necessarily have to come from council funds. We could look to use the Arts Council or many other funding opportunities out there which are available to us. But I hope we can join together and obviously appreciate these people that have given their lives. I've found out recently, somebody's brought to my attention that Hereford's actually done this because they had an ammunitions factory with the same products there, and the same situations happened there to the women that work there. So it'd be really, really good if we as a city could recognise that as well. And there'll still be a few survivors in our city that hopefully get to see this statue. And it's not going to be like the stained glass at Gloucester bus station for a few £100,000 that's still not been erected. Everyone seems to have forgotten about it. And it's a few £100,000 where the Gloucester City Council employed an artist. Everyone took the design and nothing's been done. And where's that money gone? I don't know. Yeah, disappeared. Like probably the £6 million will. But anyway, so let's stick back to the positives. And sorry, Holly's just saying something. Holly's not sure if you're going to support it. She says that sometimes you come up with some really crazy ideas and you don't normally think of common sense. But hopefully she said that you might support it potentially now, because it's a really good thing to support. So thank you very much, everybody. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. So your seconder, Councillor O'Donnell, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
Speak now, please, just
Okay,
briefly.
thank you.
I have to say, with Alice's motion here, I think it's a fantastic motion. I mean, these women, whether knowingly or not just putting up with all the explosions they might have had if they dropped anything, but they were essentially poisoning themselves to help us win the war. And I do agree that I don't think it should come out of taxpayers' money at all. But yeah, I think it would be wrong not to vote this in and it would be wrong to not celebrate these women. But we definitely wouldn't want to use taxpayers' money because we waste it enough. So we should be going to get funding from other areas. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
We have two amendments. The first one from the Labour Group.
We have two amendments. The first one is from the Labour Group. So, Councillor Pullen, would you like to?
Councillor James.
Oh, Councillor James, I beg your pardon. Councillor James, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'd like to propose the amendment that we support the motion in general. It should be consulted with Quedgley Town Council as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor James. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, Councillor Pullen, thank you. Okay. Would you like to speak now or? Yes. Okay,
no, I think what Councillor James has just said is fair enough. Quedgley Town Council are a primary provider in that area, and it is really, really important that the views of the members of Quedgley Town Council are consulted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Chambers, please?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, is that that we consult with Quedgley Town Council? It is. So I'm just going to consult with my PA. Yeah, she thinks that's a great idea, and well done the Labour Group. Yeah.
Okay, that's accepted then. Thank you very much.
Comes the motion, in which case we move on. Amendment.
So we now move on to the second amendment from the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a friendly amendment, I think. Just say that the Gloucester window is in place in the bus station. It was funded as sort of like a percent of the whole construction project. It was part of, sometimes you put on, when you're building new projects, you put a percent for art in there. So that's been done and that's in place. What we're proposing to accept the motion as it stands, but you will notice that the design competition was supposed to start on the 11th of September and close on the 11th of November. I just don't think we're going to be able to do all that in that time. So the recommendation that this council notes the contents of the preceding paragraphs of this motion, agrees to set up a cross-party task and finish group to investigate the proposal still further, to consider the most effective way to commemorate the legacy of the Gloucester Canaries. Well, I think we just, we need to work out what it's going to be, what the statue is going to be, or whether it's the best way of doing it, where it's going to be located, all those sort of things. But this council offers a position of chair of the task and finish group to the mover of this motion. I'd like Councillor Chambers to take this forward because I think it's an important project. He's obviously very keen to work on it, and we just need to work through this. The council suggests that Civic Trust, the City Museum, County Archives are consulted on the project and that potential external funders are sought as suggested in paragraph 8 We've also got obviously the mention of consulting with Quedgley Town Council, and this council asked the chair of the Task and Finish group to report back to council within 6 months. It might take longer than that. If he wishes to delay it, that's fine. But I do think this is an example of a project where members of the council, particularly those that are keen and moved it, can take it forward with the rest of our members' support. So I'd like to propose that as the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Do you have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Would you like to speak now, Councillor Wilson, or reserve the right?
I'll reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. Is that amendment accepted by Councillor Alistair Chambers, please?
I like them both, really, to be honest with you. Not really fussed. So, yeah, I'm happy with that one as well. I've spoken to the team and they're happy.
Okay,
so
thank you so much indeed. That's accepted.
We move on.
So that now becomes the substantive motion, and we move on to debate.
Yeah, both.
Both of them have become part of the substantive motion. Oh, so Councillor James, I think you were first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following on from the amendment from the Lib Dems, then, I think everybody here appreciates the military history in Quedgley and particularly in Kingsway. A lot of the road names are named after RAF bases, that sort of thing. So I'd be happy to be on the Task and Finish group to look at this. And I think we need to widen the scope a bit to look at the local community, the descendants of those who worked in the factories, but also perhaps current military organisations and the Royal British Legion as well. So I think along with Quedgley Town Council, if we can broaden it just to speak to anybody who might have an interest and an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Viderhold next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I first saw this motion, I decided to use Google to find out more. And unfortunately, you find out a lot about feathered canaries, but nothing about the Gloucester canaries. A Gloucester canary is apparently a tiny little bird. So I think it would be really great if, through this motion, we find that the sacrifices that were made by people come to the fore and we can Google them and find out more about them. I'd also like to suggest that somebody like Caroline Meek be involved as a local historian in the area who's written a book about Quedgley recently. She may well have some input into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think there were a few more. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a long-time person from Quedgley, that wonderful land down south, I didn't know about this, to be perfectly honest. And I thank Alistair for bringing this forward, because it's, when we think about 1914, 18, we think the trenches and this, that and the other. But these poor women working in such a disgusting experience, shall we put it like that, and they need to be remembered. You know, as I think they'd only just got the vote then. And then we just shoving them in, get rid of sulphur and all the rest of it, get on with it. Absolutely disgraceful. And we people on the front line deserve these people to be recognised, because somebody's mum, sister, this, that and the other, and they just died. How many babies weren't born because they were malformed or just unable to conceive? I would love to be on the sort of Task and Finish group for this. I think you're on about town council and whatever. I've got a lot of contacts down there with the Royal British Legion. I sit opposite Carol Bratty every Monday morning with a bit of a cake and a cup of tea and whatever, in the Knit and Natter group. And I'm sure the Knit and Natter group would actually love to raise some money for it. And there's lots of money that people would be able to just donate a little here and there, and we can have some fundraising events. It's a very giving community down in Quedgley and Kingsway, and if you put a bucket out in the middle of Tesco's, they'll fill it. I don't even have to ask. I might be wearing my policeman's uniform, so they might think threatened, but it is a very, very good and worthwhile thing, and I'm sure the people of Quedgley, and possibly indeed all of Gloucester, will actually get behind this and raise some money. And where it goes and whatever, your guess is good money. There's so many good places down there, you know, but somewhere possibly that people can sit and actually look at the statue or the plaque or whatever it is. I'm sure we'll find somewhere down there, that's for sure. But yeah, this is a great notice of motion, and thank you very much, Alistair, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I too agree with the amendments and the motion, and I'm really pleased to see this. A few years ago, Richard Graham, the former MP, came and twisted our arm and said, will you open your house up for the History Festival? So I started doing a lot of research. And a lot of us might think, you know, planning, you know, some of the rigmaroles we've got to go through, some of the documents you've got to do, it all seems like a waste of time. But when Kingsway was being developed and the planning come through, there was an insistence on an appraisal, historic appraisal document. And it's quite thick, but I read most of it, and it's in there, and it's a really good document. And quite a lot of our history, we focus on the city centre, the Roman history here, but there's so much history in our city. And, you know, Quedgley is a really historic town, and it's got so much history, but I'd recommend anybody, particularly if you want to be on the task finish group, to read that document. It is really, really interesting. So there are so many, another thing Quedgley has, it has a lot of businesses. I always say if you didn't have to leave Quedgley, you wouldn't have to, you know, there's always something you can get, clothes, pharmacies, everything there, doctors, dentists. Yes, there's plenty of bars, Andy. Plenty of restaurants, you can get lots of food. Yeah. So I think maybe that's one thing we need to do as well, and go out to these businesses. I think there's a planning application coming through for another drive-through cafe. So, you know, that places like that we could really utilise and see if they're paid towards this.
Thank you, Stephanie Chambers, Councillor Chambers, and Councillor Harris, please. Thank you.
As a lifelong resident of Quedgley, I grew up going down Nas Lane and seeing, I remember as a child seeing the big aeroplane that used to be out by the gates of the old RAF base, and I never knew any of this, as growing up in the area, and I think it's a brilliant motion. Glad to be supporting it. I think I'd like to be on any working steering committee to try and move this forward, because I think it would be brilliant to help highlight the history of the area and make sure that people like myself that are growing up in Quedgley, the next generation, get to understand that knowledge of the history that I didn't understand until you've kind of brought this before this council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any more? Anyone else like to? I'd just like to chip in that in 2014, a play was written locally about the Quedgley munitionettes, and perhaps we could revive it, and that could raise a bit of money towards this. It's a fascinating story, as you say, Councillor Chambers. Councillor O'Donnell, have you spoken yet? I don't think you have in this debate. Does he wish to? Yeah. You have. Okay, thank you. In that case, we go back to Councillor Alistair Chambers to sum up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everyone in this room. It seems like we're all on the same sort of target to get this done. One thing that would be really important for me with regards to this statue would be if we could engage just local artists, not somebody from Sweden or Norway. I think local artists to our city to help design the statue, and engage the schools with some sort of competition of some sort. I think that's the most important thing. And then if the designer designs a statue, and there's somebody to build the statue, if that's a separate tender package, whether it's a light one or whatever it may be, it's important to ensure that the local sculpture builder is also local. I think it's really important to get statues built in our city from people in our city and designed by people in our city. I don't think the relevance of having somebody in Norway or Denmark or America designing stuff in our cities is a good way of funding. It's not a good way to inspire people in our city for the arts. So I think that's really important. But I don't think Holly's found this as interesting as us as she looks asleep. But anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. We now go to the vote on the motion that has been twice amended. So all those in favour? I don't think there's anyone against or any abstentions, so that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the third motion. Is proposed by Councillor Lewis and seconded by Councillor Evans. I gather she's not here, so we'll find another seconder. Over to you, Councillor Lewis.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Andrew as a county champion, should we say, for the Armed Forces, for bringing this forward. It was supposed to be for last meeting, but we got delayed, didn't we, and everything else. Okay. The covenant basically says that the members of the armed forces deserve our respect and support and fair treatment. Now, if they get injured mentally, physically, whatever, in service, that doesn't guarantee them that their compensation is not counted within their benefits. Now, if you are a private person, if you get any benefits, any compensation from an injury or something of that nature, that isn't counted. But the armed forces are. Now, does that make sense? Is that fair treatment for the armed forces? No, it's not. And basically, it's very difficult to find out how we didn't do this through our sort of system. The local authorities are not mandated to exempt military compensation. Why not? They do it for ordinary people. So, I mean, I'm not going to speak long on this because it just seems this is just right. And we should just ask the Cabinet to actually have a look at it and get on with it and say their compensation when they've been injured defending us should not be counted in their benefit means testing. So I'm going to leave it at that because I know we're all getting a bit jaded and whatever, and hopefully everybody here will just agree that it's just unfair, not respectful to our armed forces that they are treated differently than an ordinary person who gets compensation falling off a ladder. It doesn't make sense to me. So I would hope that everybody in this chamber will actually agree that, and we can just get on and get through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Do we have another seconder? Councillor Miller, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reading this out on behalf of Councillor Evans, who can't be here. I'm honoured to second this motion, as it is an issue deeply important to me. Having served in the Navy as a reservist, and with many of my family members also having served in the armed forces, I have first-hand experience and insights from colleagues and family members about the unique challenges they face during their service. No member of the armed forces should be at a disadvantage because of their dedication and sacrifice to our nation. I sincerely hope that you will support this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Miller, on behalf of Councillor Evans. So there are no amendments on this, so we go straight to debate. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Oh, okay, okay.
Councillor Wilson, then.
Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Mayor. I was jumping the gun. That's what I was trying to say. I very much welcome this motion. In fact, I was looking forward to debating it in the last council because that was the one really good one that was, I think, right at the end of the agenda, which sadly we never got to. Our current housing benefit modified scheme and local council tax support schemes already allow 100% of the guaranteed income payments to be disregarded when calculating housing benefit and council tax support. But it's not the case for discretionary housing payments. When we talk about compensation, as I understand it, there's two types. There's a guaranteed income payment and there's a lump sum payment. With regard to the former, we can look at that and make sure that our was the guaranteed income payments are disregarded for these payments, so that can be done. With regard to lump sum payments, we can look at bringing in changes so that working age people are treated the same as pensioners. At the minute, pensioners, if they get an award for injuries, they can disregard the capital if it's a lump sum for 52 weeks. And that's the design of that is to give them to the veteran, the person time to invest the money or spend it in what is needed before it can be assessed. But it's only for pensioners, so we would propose to bring that in as well for veterans, irrespective of the age. Madam Mayor, we should be reviewing and consulting on our council tax support scheme as well annually, and this is what we will do. I will make sure that the Armed Forces motion is included in the review and recommend that the proposals are adopted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Gravels?
Just very briefly, I need to set the record straight. It's very generous of Andy to thank me for the idea. And I need to thank Steph because it was actually her idea who suggested the motion and the wording of it. So just passing on the credit. Thanks. Set the record straight.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to pass a bit of credit back, Andrew told me about this. It was my idea to bring the motion. So, and to give real credit to where credit's due, this is a Royal British Legion campaign. And this is... Yeah, okay, and Help for Heroes. So, you know, when you're paying your poppy and whatever else, and you're giving your bits and pieces in November, this is the type of work Royal British Legion do, real impacts to help veterans and people in our forces. One thing that horrified me when I tried to do a little bit of research was, and I can't say I've looked at all legislation, but some legislation just talks about not disadvantaging our armed forces veterans and current staff. That shouldn't even be a thing, disadvantaging them. And we know that children, they get moved around, they go to different schools, different countries, they struggle with friendships. And there's probably a lot that comes with being part of a military family as well. I'm not saying it's all bad, but, you know, they've got to look to their mum or dad going away and all that worry. And this is the type of work Royal British Legion do, real practical, hands-on stuff to help families. And sometimes we talk about the people that put their lives on the line for us. And actually, I think, you know, we live in a fractious world. Anybody that signs that bit of paper and goes into the forces is putting their life on the line. They're willing to go at the drop of the hat. They're not going to be able to say, well, actually, I don't feel like it today. They're going to have to go. And that's what we need to remember. We shouldn't be looking at how we stop them being disadvantaged. We should be looking at how we could make life easier and advantage them in some way for what they do for us.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Pullen now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a good motion. It's come from the Royal British Legion. I didn't realise that. That gives us even more reason to totally support it. Councillor Steph Chambers, you talked about people putting their lives on the line. Absolutely right, and it's absolutely right that we take this motion forward. Councillor Lewis, you said, yes, this is right. It is absolutely right. I don't know, Councillor Wilson, can this be done in the budget this year? That's good, okay, because if not, then I would suggest that we agree it in principle at least, and that we do it as soon as possible and as soon as the council can afford it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I think I sort of jumped the gun again. You seem to be jumping the gun a lot tonight. It would have to go out for consultation first, but I'm not quite sure how long that takes. But we can start the process, you know, very quickly.
Thank you. Is there any other debate? Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to be quick with this one, who wouldn't support this motion? I think we have to do everything we can for our armed forces and the amazing work that they do for us. And I think Stephanie highlighted about, especially we're living in such a volatile world at the moment with everything. And I just think, yeah, okay, you know, I'm surprised. Thank you for bringing it, because I wasn't sure in terms of the complexities of the economics to how much they were offered or given, and it just seems to me this is a massive loophole that needs filling. So thank you so much for bringing this motion to council.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. And just to add my own thoughts, obviously, for this year, I'm President of the Royal British Legion. And just to echo the sentiment of the room, with our armed forces, we have never needed their reassuring presence as much as now. Thank you. There's no further debate. We move to vote. All those in favour? I think that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. The motion is carried. So we have now reached the 3-hour mark of the meeting because we had a 25-minute adjournment earlier on. So it's that time again. It's the guillotine decision. If 2/3 of the members decide to close the meeting, then we must close the meeting. So if you, all those in favour of closing the meeting, we have 4 more motions to go. All those in favour of closing the meeting, please.
Seven. Those against?
And those against closing the meeting.
Okay, the meeting continues.
The meeting continues. Thank you. Okay, we move on to motion 4, proposed by Councillor O'Donnell and seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you. Okay, just to repeat, we've moved on to motion number 4, proposed by Councillor O'Donnell and seconded by Councillor Bell, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is a no-brainer, really. I mean, I believe Tewkesbury are doing it already anyway. I put a motion forward to change all the crappy green boxes to a wheelie bin. We can keep cardboard separate, keep using the bags, that's fine. But you're going to get more people recycling if it's just into the one bin without bending down to pick it up and it drips everywhere when it's raining. I can't see it not working, and it's going to be financially more viable for the council as well because you use a lot of recycling in the weather. A lot of it gets dropped when the bins are being collected and doesn't get picked up. So all that will stop the loss of any. I'm getting tired now, I can tell you. But yeah, so that's it really, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. I appreciate it's getting late now. So, seconder, Councillor Bell, would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, thank you. No amendments, so we go straight on to the debate. Who would like to start? Oh, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll get it in early. Yeah, I'm slightly incredulous about this motion, really. Why the independent group feel we even need a review of this. We've done a review. I've done a review personally as a cabinet member, but also the council has reviewed this 3 times in the last 8 years alone. 2016, 2019 and 2021. We've done 3 options appraisals already on this. This is the best system for Gloucester. And there's an old saying, and it's a good one, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We do not need to change to a commingled collection system. It would cost this council an extraordinary amount of money. And it's amazing to me to hear from the independent group that we should do this when they are usually so hot on tiny little amounts of money and so protective of taxpayer money, and yet they're proposing something which would be an open-ended cost. We'd have to spend, Madam Mayor, 1.2 million on bins alone, 60,000 new bins in the city. And then you've got all the households that can't have another bin because they haven't got the space. You know all about this in your communities in Matson and Grange and my ward in Podsmead. We can't do it. So we'd have to find a bespoke solution for those areas. We'd have to invest in a new fleet, estimate 8 times 26-ton RCVs, the officers are telling me. So we'd have to buy all those. We'd have to cancel the order that we've placed for some Roma Quit recycling vehicles that we've got actually for the introduction of collecting film in 2027. That's going to happen, plastic film, and it's going to be compulsory. So we've actually already got ahead of the game on that. We've placed the order. We'd have to cancel that because they'd be the wrong vehicles for this. We'd have to ensure, Madam Mayor, that the residents of Gloucester wouldn't contaminate the recycling by putting it all in the mixed bin. And Friends of the Earth reckon that a separate sorting collection that we have at the present in Gloucester and 3 other areas in Gloucestershire, that only has a 1% on average contamination rate. The commingled bin would have something like a 20% contamination rate. So I think it's a real shame. There's a whole lot of stuff that we lose. We lose income from recycling. 83,000 on average a month. 950,000 a year lost to this council. And it's just very disappointing to hear from the independent group that they're proposing this, yet they've asked me no questions about it. They've asked officers no questions about what the costs are. I think this is probably just posturing for social media, Madam Mayor, just to say that the evil Liberals have voted against something. But actually, they haven't done their homework, Madam Mayor. Sorry to say.
Thank you, Councillor Field. We're just over time, but well done. Okay, so Councillor Stephanie Chambers next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the tone of Councillor Field was a little bit patronising in his response there, in that he said there was a feasibility study done in 2021. Now, that could be prior to my time or in my time, but there's lots of people here that weren't here then. So by asking that question, you've given the information. Now, I like the idea of the bin because I think there's a lot of litter everywhere because of the green bins. The lids break, they fall off, the elastic ones blow away, but I think you mentioned something about clean film lids or something. I don't know if that's to do with that. So there does need to be a solution because there is so much litter in the city that is just purely caused. A bit of wind here and that's it, your bin's over. So we all see that. However, I do understand that this council do not have the money to finance something like that. And you answered the question. And this motion asked to review a feasibility of replacing it. It wasn't saying do it, it asked to have a look at it because obviously residents, they do ask me about this regularly because they're not understanding the intricacies, and you don't understand the intricacies until, you know, you're in your position. You obviously understand a lot more than I did. I have never done your role. But not everybody does. And residents do want this. They have asked me for it. I have people saying, oh, Tewkesbury, look, you know, where they border each other, they're saying, oh, they get those bins, why don't we? This is really poor. They don't understand. So actually and I know Dawn and her team do great educational stuff. They do lots of things all the time to show people what the importance of recycling is for this city. But I just think asking for this isn't a bad thing. You answering the questions, that's a great thing. Understanding the costs, would residents vote for that if they knew what it would actually cost them? Probably not. But people don't like the green bins. The green bins do have problems, and the main problem is litter.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor James, I think, was next. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reiterate a couple of points that actually Councillor Field has made quite well, in that I shadow the environment role for the Labour group, and I have spoken to Dawn up at the recycling centre, and the cost of this would be prohibitive, and we would probably end up paying to have our recycling taken away rather than the £60,000 to £80,000 a month that we, at the minute, get from our recycling. So I really think we should reject the motion.
Thank you, Councillor James. I think Councillor Alistair Chambers next, please.
Yeah, I'm really shocked with what the Cabinet Member for Environment says. He's just going on facts and figures based from 2021. Living in the past. Living really, really in the past. 3 years, he's going on reports from 3 years ago. Well, the Environment Act got changed less than 12 months ago. to say that this was actually the best policy, the best way to encourage people to recycle. Easier, simpler, national guidelines that makes it much easier for people to recycle their waste. Small boxes were shown to be a burden where they were easily blown over, tipped over, and waste actually caused more environmental harm by spreading across the paths, gardens and streets, blocking drains and causing further environmental impacts. So I'm shocked that the Cabinet member says it was his own decision. What qualifications does he have in the environment? Little to none, I suspect. Well, the government legislation of the new Act, Environmental Act, which we base all our laws on, stipulates that this change is the best way forward, which will improve and increase recycling. On that basis, this council, as we saw recently when the baler was shut down, lost circular 100,000, which it had to gain back on stockpiled baler material, would increasingly, substantially drive that figure higher, purely for the fact there'd be more recycling. People will have a larger space to recycle. How many people have gone to their bin and seen it overflow in their little recycling bin and then tried to find somewhere to do it, put it in a bag next to it, and then the recycling companies don't pick it up? These are 300-litre bins, not measly 50-litre trays. So this will substantially increase recycling. The government says it will increase recycling. The members of parliament will say increase recycling. The National Agency and Association of Waste Disposal in the UK said it will increase recycling. And DEFRA said it will increase recycling, and it's a much simpler and better. This is not something I've come up with. This is not an officer that's being paid 35,000, 40,000, even 50,000 at the local recycling centre. This is government specialists, scientists, DEFRA, Department for Environment. Yeah, this isn't a cabinet member making this decision. This is our members of parliament that are elected through our country that have made this law. So why are we going against the changes in law to go on what Sebastian Field, Cabinet Member for Environment, CV, with 0 environmental accreditations on? I don't. I'm going with the law. I'm going with the MPs. I'm going with the scientists. I'm going with DEFRA. I'm going with the National Waste Department. I'm not going with a Cabinet Member that's been in the job a few weeks. So that's where I stand. So I'd like to say, well done, Brendan. Thank you for keeping up with legislation and not living in the past for 3 years ago. Thank you for looking to increase our recycling. Thank you for making the city cleaner. Thank you for bringing more money into the city. And thank you for being sustainable and long-term view. Sorry, Sebastian, you're bad on the job.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. I think Councillor Lewis was next. Oh.
Having been in Sebastian's role 20 years ago, and I was the one that introduced green waste. Remember those great big green bags? Horrible things. Yes, it improved recycling, not substantially, only tripled it, but that's besides the point. Up to 21%. Whoopie-doo. It's now at 40-odd%. The problem we have got, what Alistair was saying is laudable, the aims and whatever. At the end of the day, who's going to pay for it? And the person who's going to pay for it is the person putting the stuff in the green bins. The taxpayer are going to pay for it. You go and tell the taxpayer, yeah, I often say it, to be honest. They say, can you do this? I say, yeah, no problem. We'll just triple your council tax. And they go, whoa, whoa, whoa. They have an hissy fit. It doesn't work in the real world. That's when I introduced the garden waste. We got a 500 grand grant from DEFRA to do it, because we couldn't afford to do it. Tewkesbury actually balked at the idea of doing it. Now they're all green and all the rest of it. That's absolutely rubbish. So I agree exactly with what Sebastian said, but I also agree with Alistair. But it boils down to pounds, shillings and pence. I am that old, I remember that as well. So it's laudable to look into it. And if that's all the motion's asking you to do, just look into it and agree with it and have done with it. And it'll come back, no, we can't afford it. There you go. Job's a simple one, you know, but because you've actually asked the officers, they've gone and actually got the figures out and whatever, and how many machines they want and this, that and the other. And also, you've got to hire a downside lot more people at the depot to sort the stuff out. You've got the bloke there who's sitting there doing this, you know, getting the cans out, the bottles out. It doesn't work properly unless you make the public pay. So, yeah, I'll agree to have a look at it not on your behalf, but for the motion to actually go forward. But I assure you now, it'll come back too expensive, and that's all there is to it.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there are pros and cons with all systems, any systems and processes. I mean, I often get complaints about, and I've seen it myself, after recycling collections on a Friday afternoon, the roads and pavements are strewn in recycling, food waste as well, left on the roads. Doesn't get picked up, doesn't get cleaned up. We have to clean up ourselves after them. So we do get complaints regarding that. We also get problems with the green boxes being damaged or being thrown, and the food caddies being thrown by the crews, and they get cracked and damaged, and they would need replacing. And if they don't get replaced, then the residents stop recycling altogether. I know in places where I've been in London, they have the mixed recycling bins, and it seems to work there. And we can't. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Different places will work differently. And as Sebastian has said, if something's working and not broken, then why fix it? So I get that side of it. I get that side of it too. But you know, this is asking for a feasibility study. Well, why can't we do one? Let's do one. Let's see whether let's explore it at least to see whether it can be cost effective or not. If there are benefits in increased recycling rates, and if not, then we continue with the status quo. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Hilton, please.
I think you'll find that when we get to publishing the council plan, corporate plan, there'll be reference in there about how we review our refuse collection services. But you've got to do these reviews at the right time. The man who used to stand here will be telling you now, don't change it. Richard Cook will be saying it's working fine, it's earning an income, and it works. And as a new administration, we think what we need to do is work on the things that need fixing, not trying to change something that's working well, particularly if it requires major capital investment and it puts at risk the revenue budget. There are other things we need to do to try and improve council services. So it is the wrong time. The motion asks for it to all be done by the end of the new year. So we got October, November, December, 3 months to carry out. But we've already done a review of some sort of size, because what we've done is ask the officers what would be the implications of changing the system. It will require a major capital investment, and it will put a big risk on the revenue budget, and it will probably put a risk on the system, because people will then moan about it's changed and things like that. I mean, no system is perfect. No system's perfect, and there'll be reasons why the big co-mingle bin wouldn't work. And I certainly know, and I thought Syed Patel will probably work this one out as well, that in all these sort of terrace streets that we represent, it's bad enough for them having one bin if they can get it out. Most people, I mean, I know at our place, we've got a back entrance, but I every Sunday night take the boxes out. I can get them out through the house quite easily. What I can't do is take it all around the back. So it would be a pain in the ass for me to do it. Pain in the backside. Oh, I didn't say that, did I? I don't think that was really swearing. That was just being a bit colloquial. Anyway, I just think it's the wrong time to look at it. But we will clearly keep our refuse service under constant review. And what we will want to do, Alistair, is see if we can make incremental improvements. And it's better to make incremental improvements rather than to chuck it up and start again, buy equipment, council equipment you've bought, and all those things. It's better to see whether you can improve something that you've already got. And that will be our objective.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Pullen next, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you know, Councillor Hilton's right. Councillor Cook would have said, don't do it. Councillor Cook told us how efficient it was, how much money it brought in, how much we didn't have suffering from poison waste. So the issue is, don't do it. If we did it, we'd have to increase the council tax to do it. We've heard from Councillor Field, and I'm just, you know, I mean, £1.2 million in bins alone. Yeah, God knows how much it would cost for a new plant and new trucks. You know, can we afford that at the moment? Can we afford to ask our officers, with the valuable roles and the time and the resources that they've got, to go down that road between now and, when was it, the end of the year? And quite frankly, okay, no system is ever perfect, but most of the public in Gloucester know the system that we've got, and they use it, and they use it well. If you introduce another system, there will be a considerable time of confusion. Now, I'm not saying that it can't be changed, but maybe when the contract comes up for renewal, that may well be the time to look at doing things differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Wiederholt, please.
Given the time, could I propose a motion to proceed to next business, please?
No.
Proceed to next business. Yeah, we do need to vote on that.
I believe he needs to proceed to the vote, which I second if he does.
Councillor Wiederholt, did you ask that we move to the next item of business, or that the question now be put?
I propose that we use 1513 closure motions A on a motion to proceed to next business.
No, it means we don't vote on it. We want to vote it down.
Sorry, on a motion that the question be now put. Apologies, it's late.
Do you agree that the question now be put?
Those in favour?
Those in favour?
Do I not get to sum up?
No. So those in favour that the question now be put?
Those in favour that the question now be put?
Okay.
Okay.
And those against?
Those against?
Okay, so the question.
We're now going to go to the vote on the motion without any further debate. Okay. Those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4. Those against?
And those against?
Abstentions?
Any abstentions?
Motion is lost.
That motion is lost.
Councillor O'Donnell.
We're now on to motion number 5, proposed by Councillor O'Donnell and seconded by Councillor Alistair Chambers, please. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
Oh, I'm not even going to bother with that one. It's a mockery.
Are you withdrawing the motion, Councillor O'Donnell?
Can we actually go back to the vote again about closing the meeting? It's like we have really important motions ahead of us, and I just don't think it's humanly possible to be concentrating for any more than what we've done. We've nearly done 4 hours this evening. So is it possible to retake that vote to close?
I'm not sure, Councillor Trimnell, but I believe once the guillotine has been agreed to. We're just checking in the Constitution now, Councillor Trimnell.
But we could have moved on by now. I want to do the winter warm one.
I don't want to cause too much trouble with this, but
it doesn't look like we can close. So Councillor O'Donnell has left the chamber now, so we will move
Just
on.
speaking on behalf of Councillor Donner as his leader, he says there's no democracy here. You don't even want to look at exploring it. So he said move on to the next one because you're obviously not interested in saving the planet.
We will now go to motion number 6 then. Proposed by Councillor Millard and seconded by Councillor James. Councillor Millard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Sheriff, councillors. This is a housing crisis with over 4,700 applications on the council housing waiting list in August 24. Too many people are being priced out of owning their own home, whilst rental costs are extortionate and continue to rise. According to the Office of National Statistics, in May 24, the average house price in Gloucester was $259,000. The average monthly house rental in Gloucester was $927. Excuse me, could we listen, please? Thank you. A good quality, decent and affordable home is vital to people. It brings stability, security and safety. Sadly, for too many people in Gloucester, this is simply not affordable, with the cost of a property as above simply beyond their reach. Young people and family are particularly affected. Whilst in Gloucester, there has been a considerable amount of development and new housing. Many of these homes are expensive and well beyond the affordability of some people. Gloucester City Council has a key role to play in addressing this vital issue and currently has a target of 20% of all new homes built on larger sites being affordable. However, whilst there has been some success in affordable housing development, much more needs to be done and far more new affordable homes need to be built. To achieve this, it is necessary to amend the current council policy and increase the amount of affordable housing being built from 20% to 30%. It will also be important to vastly increase the number of properties built for social rent. This council resolves to maximise the amount of affordable housing delivered in all new major housing developments in Gloucester, that the council commits through the emerging strategy and local plan to increase the requirement for affordable housing on all new major developments in the city from 20 to 30%. That 30% of new affordable housing built is a minimum target, not an ambition. To give local first-time buyers and renters a priority in securing a decent home. To work with relevant government department, landowners, developers, house builders and housing associations to achieve this outcome. Is it unacceptable to be aspirational for our residents, especially those that are struggling with housing? The Labour group answers no. We should be aspirational for all. Is it right that the average rental price in Gloucester is around £900, where mortgage repayments are cheaper? No. Let's give our younger residents, families, those in rental, a reason to stay in Gloucester. This in turn leads to them paying into our local economy, a benefit for us. Increasing the requirements for affordable housing to 30% is the right thing to do, along with increasing the number of social housing properties. By doing this, it could lead to easing of the financial impacts that we currently have with putting some residents into temporary housing. And a reminder to our fellow councillors across from us, this is in your manifesto, and on talking to cabinet holders previously for housing, they are in full support. Please support this.
Thank you, Councillor Millard. I don't think there's any...
We have two amendments.
We have two amendments.
The first one from the Community Independent Group.
This one is from the Community Independent Group. Does anyone wish to move the amendment?
I do, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers.
In a nutshell, obviously you've got it in front of you. It's just to help work with British veterans to help them get onto affordable housing. I believe that's a fair proposal. It's not asking a lot. It's just people that return back from Afghan, Iraq, Yemen, and various other places around the world that they've been fighting for our country. That when they do come back into our city, that they're being given support and help with finding affordable housing.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Chambers? Councillor Bell. Thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right, Councillor Bell?
I'd rather speak now if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Carry
Thank you,
on.
Mayor. Very interesting proposal. Really glad to hear it. I think that's a Labour policy proposed anyway, isn't it? That all new developments have to have 30% of affordable homes, according to their girl with a doesn't like the Conservatives. I won't use her words, but it's all great. But unless you're in construction, you haven't got a clue. You go and tell Bellways, you go and tell Bovis, you go and tell all these massive developers, Persimmon, that 30% of them houses on their sites have got to be affordable. I'll tell you exactly what they'll say to you. They don't even like building 20%. The only time you get 20% on any site is when that site is absolutely one that they desperately need because the properties are so expensive on there. Usually in Cheltenham and the Cotswolds, which is why you get such small developments. The other reason is if you build less than 14 houses on a development, they don't have to have social housing. So they can release tranches of land and just build 14 houses at a time. And they never have to build one social house. And I'd also ask, how many social houses have been built in Matson on that massive estate that's been built there? Not one as far as I'm concerned, not that I know of. Thank you.
Thank
I'd like to add that was under Labour councillors.
Councillor Millard, do you accept the amendment?
We do, as it does feature highly in our local manifesto.
Thank you. So that becomes the substantive motion.
And then we now move the second amendment.
And now we move the second amendment.
That's right. Who was the second? Councillor Sawyer.
Thank you, Councillor Sawyer. Thank you.
Try and keep this brief because we want to go home. Thank you for bringing this motion today. It's an important motion. Like you say, we've discussed it before and we are on the same page on this. You know, since I started in May, I have been talking to officers about the same thing and asking through the SLP, how can we increase it? The only reason we've made this small amendment is because we can't really use the word commit because there's a few things that are out of our control. Basically, it's a legislative process. We can't just change the number. We have to have the evidence to back it. So through the SLP process, the officers are currently trying to gather the evidence, and that evidence will lead to a percent. You know, it might even be more than 30%. But then with that percent, they have to go to the planning inspectorate, and they discuss things with like developers and stuff, and they can change that number. So we can't commit to 30% because then if they turn around and say, actually, no, 25%, it looks like we haven't, you know, followed through with our commitment. So it's just a friendly amendment to say we're not really in a position to be able to commit to anything because, and we know, you know, we've got issues in Gloucester about viability and, you know, there's lots of, we've actually only got a few sites, small sites in Gloucester, and they have their, you know, problems. You know, often they need archaeologist development digs, or they're historic buildings that need a lot of money put on them, or they're brownfield sites that need things taken away. So developers have an issue in Gloucester. We know there's viability issues, but we are committed to try and increase this number. The good news is that a lot of our strategic sites are being built in Tewkesbury, and they have a 35% affordable housing percent. The other thing is we have recently had social providers in places like Matson doing 100% affordable sites. We have a new Labour government coming in now who are reviewing all of this. So, you know, hopefully they might give us more powers to do that, or they might give us more money, or developers more money to be able to do that. We also have a members working group, and it's got a representative from each party, and you can, through that group, you can, you know, have a say on the policies of the SLP. So we'll be able to discuss this again through that. So basically, it's just a friendly amendment to say we are on the same page. We are going to be pushing for this as well. We just can't commit to 30%.
Thank you, Councillor Sawyer. A seconder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
Reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. Is that amendment accepted by Councillor Millard?
That is accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go on to debate on the amended motion. Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. our Conservative group are in support of this policy, and I think both Andrew and I were very keen on affordable housing and were pushing that wherever we could. The one thing we need to be really careful of in this city is, like you mentioned, historic sites, brownfield sites, and that's why we have viability assessments. So developers that really and truly can't afford it, there are ways around that for them. And one of the things that officers started doing in the housing department under my portfolio was really scrutinising, rather than outsourcing and relying completely on outsourcing to check our viability assessments. They were doing that themselves and making sure that those viability studies were true, the developers couldn't afford them. And I'm pushing back. And they did that on several occasions, which was really good to see, because there are sites, and we do need to be careful that we don't just push developers out to greenfield sites, because that is easier, and then they would be able to do 30% housing, and it would fit within their with their cost scales. So we still need our brownfield sites delivered, and we still need to make sure they can be delivered. So I think we need to keep checking those viability studies. But yes, I think the ambition to have 30%, and more, like your policy says, more than ambition, really, although there are elements out of our control, strategically we can all be pushing, and if we say as a whole council this is what we want, then hopefully the policies might follow.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Any more debate? Oh, okay. No?
In which case you go to Councillor
Okay,
Millard to sum up. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, we go to Councillor Millard to sum up then, please. Thank you. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Do beg your pardon, Councillor James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, given the lateness of the hour, some very good points have been made. I think we're all in agreement that affordable housing is something we should be aiming to have more of. So I think we should really move to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Any more? No? Okay. Councillor Millard to sum up then. Thank you.
I second Councillor James's point to go to the vote. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the vote.
On the motion as twice amended.
On the motion as twice amended. All those in favour? Any against? I don't see anyone. No, okay, thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you. And we're on to the last motion. Proposed by Councillor Gravels and seconded by Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Over to you, Councillor Gravels.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope that all council will be able to support this notice of motion very late this evening. During the election, the winter fuel allowance was rarely mentioned by any of the big parties. Labour ruled out tax rises and never mentioned or hinted that they would withdraw the winter fuel allowance to fund huge pay rises for doctors and railway workers. Many vulnerable pensioner householders will now miss out on the winter fuel payments, despite being on very low incomes. Some of you may know that I chair the Health Overview Scrutiny Committee at Gloucestershire County Council, and next month we will be hearing from the county's NHS trusts on their plans to address the issues they face during this winter. One of the issues that undoubtedly will come up will be fuel poverty and the effect that has on respiratory illnesses and sadly on occasion death. In its analysis of official data, the End Fuel Poverty Coalition estimated nearly 5,000 excess winter deaths in the UK were caused by living in cold homes during the winter of 22-23. Estimates suggest that some 10% of excess winter deaths are directly attributable to fuel poverty and 22% are attributable to cold homes, a report by the Institute of Health Equity states. Madam Mayor, it just beggars belief that a newly elected Labour government can act in such a heartless and arrogant way and treat pensioners in such a cold and calculating way. They talk endlessly about health inequalities, and they talk about the cost of living crisis, and they talk about being the caring party. But by axing the winter fuel allowance, they turn their back on some of the most deserving and vulnerable people here in Gloucester. In Gloucester, nearly 16,000 local pensioners will lose their winter fuel allowance here in Gloucester alone. Madam Mayor, I'm just going to conclude. This withdrawal of the winter fuel allowance is one of the most heartless and cruel acts that I've ever seen from any government during my time here as a city councillor. When I first became a councillor, we had a fantastic member of parliament who lived in Oppenheim, lived in Tuffley, Sally Oppenheim. And when she was invited to join the Shadow Cabinet, she made it clear that she would always put Gloucester first. And if the papers in front of the Shadow Cabinet were not in the best interest of Gloucester, she wouldn't support them. Some people might find that a good lesson to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Seconder is Councillor Stephanie Chambers, I believe. Is that right? Oh, okay. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, thank you.
This week, Labour MPs had a clear choice, and they chose to turn their back on pensioners as winter approaches and energy bills are forecast to rise. They have chose to award inflation-busting pay rises to their trade union friends instead of protecting our vulnerable elderly. I understand our Labour councillors here may be in a bit of a quandary, not wanting to vote against their government, but I would hope they could agree with this motion. And even though I find sometimes that might be difficult, at least I hope they're having the eternal conversations with their MP. There were a couple of amendments here which one of them I can't accept, but I think the concept is right, and I think that our MP Alex McIntyre should be asked to explain why he chose to vote that way.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. We now move on to amendments, and the first amendment is from the Community Independence Group.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you want me to address my motion, amendment? So the motion from the Conservative Party, I haven't changed it at all. This is just a bolt-on point. And it's to ask the Gloucester MP, Alex McIntyre, why he voted to cut winter fuel allowance when the Labour government's analysis, so Labour's own report published in 2017, when Keir Starmer was a Shadow Cabinet member, warned that plans to cut winter fuel allowance for 10 million pensioners will increase deaths by £3,850. So a bit of history. Conservatives looked at cutting the winter fuel allowance in 2017. And at that time, the Shadow Cabinet member, Keir Starmer, said, hang on a minute, if you cut these winter fuel allowances, nearly 4,000 people are going to die. Are you really going to do that? And the Conservatives at that point said, actually, you're right, let's not do it. And they changed policy and they didn't cut winter fuel allowances. However, Labour, knowing that that was their own report that said 4,000 people would die, they've voted to cut winter fuel allowances. So that's disgusting. They voted to sentence 4,000 people to death, ultimately, in our country. Elderly people, people that can't afford to turn the heating on. So our motions to demand an explanation from Gloucester's MP, Alex Big McIntyre, as to why he voted to cut winter fuel allowance from Britain's elderly, many of whom still are alive, just about, who fought for our country in World War II. If Labour needed money for the government, surely they'd ask their Israeli billionaire backer, Gary Lubner, that gave the Labour Party 13 million, the Israeli billionaire. And then, funnily enough, he paid for all of Alex Big McIntyre's campaigning fees, all 15,000 of them. Can you believe that? So Alex McIntyre, for our country, for our city, is backed by Israeli billionaire. He paid all his fees, all his costs. How does that work? Right. Surely you'd be supported by people in the area that want to support you, but he's paid by somebody living millions of miles, well, thousands of miles away. So yeah, Labour, why don't you go and ask your big billionaire Israeli backer, rather than getting the money from all these old people that can barely turn the gas on, and ultimately you've sentenced 4,000 people to death. Shame on you.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers, and do try, if you can, to not be disparaging about our new MP. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, what may you explain that word? I'm not
I
sure.
think there was a little slip of the tongue with his
Oh,
name.
I thought that was his name. It's what the town crier called him.
Ah, okay.
So that's not his name, Alex Big McIntyre.
No, I don't
Oh,
believe it is.
sorry.
No.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so we've made that clear. Thanks. Right. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Graham, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I reserve the right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Graham. Is this amendment accepted by Councillor Gravels?
No, the amendment's not accepted. Appreciate the sentiment, but not the language, Alistair.
So we have a debate on the amendment. Anyone like to debate? No? Okay.
If Councillor Graham doesn't wish to speak.
Councillor Graham, would you like to speak now? Okay, thank you.
There's no more.
Councillor Gravels to sum up then?
Okay, so I do hope that
On the amendment.
on this one that we can get all party agreement. On this side of the council chamber, we had some hard decisions to make during the last years of the Conservative government, whether we put Gloucester first or our party first. And I think you'll find that more often than not, we put Gloucester first. So I hope the Labour councillors will feel able to support this and send a message to their bosses in Westminster that no, this is not acceptable. And I hope.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Gravels. We just need to.
Yeah.
No.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, please. Thank you.
Well,
just to clarify.
It saves me speaking again. That's fine.
A vote on the amendment then.
In favour?
All those in favour?
Those against?
All those against?
Okay.
Okay.
Abstentions?
Abstentions?
That vote's lost.
That the amendment is lost.
The amendment is
The amendment is lost.
So we now move on to the Liberal Democrat amendment.
So we now move on to the Liberal Democrat amendment. Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine's really just a technical tidying up amendment. Doesn't change the sense of the motion because, you know, we are opposed to the withdrawing of the winter fuel allowance. But what we're doing is just noting the fact that the City of Gloucester does have 2 members of Parliament. We've got Alex McIntyre, who I know voted in Parliament to proceed with the removal of the winter fuel allowance, but we know that Cameron Thomas, the Member of Parliament for Tewkesbury in the Long Levens and Elmbridge wards, voted against in Parliament. I think we just need to note that. And also, we note the work of the Council to address the cost of living. We are bringing a paper to the next scrutiny committee meeting, and following Labour's motion earlier this year, and it could be going to cabinet as well. I've got the copy at home ready to read it this weekend. So that's happening. So, but I do think it just tidies it up, and then we're quite happy to vote for the motion. I think we need to remember when we are lobbying our members of Parliament that we've got 2 members of Parliament. One, obviously, the substantial, but if we're lobbying on policy issues to Westminster, then it might be a good idea to ask both of them to support something that the council wants to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wilson, thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gravels, is that amendment accepted? It's accepted. Thank you. So now we move on to the debate on that amended motion. Anyone for debate? Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Super quick, I'm just really flabbergasted that Councillor Hilton said he'll contact a Member of Parliament for this issue, yet when requested by Councillor Sajid Patel to contact them for children in the area, he refused to do that. And when asked by Councillor Patel to contact a Member of Parliament to safeguard people that were worried about the riots, about far right, about etc., and racism, he refused to contact the Member of Parliament. This is the problem with the leader. He doesn't know if he's coming forward or backwards. He didn't even know who the monarch is. He doesn't know the procedure rules. He does not know much. He is not really a leader. He is a fraud.
We have a debate on the motion now then, please. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What we have seen is sad, outrageous, shameless, inhumane, and nothing short of a travesty. The Labour Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, stood in the streets in the garden of Downing Street just over 3 weeks ago on the 27th of August, telling the nation we all need to tighten our belt with a catchphrase, short-term pain for long-term gain. And so the cuts began. Most shockingly and cruelly, wickedly, targeting millions of pensioners by scrapping the £300 winter fuel allowance. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister and even our new Labour MP Alex McIntyre are sellouts, absolute sellouts, exploiting a gravy train loophole. We heard of the great expenses scandal. Now we're going to hear about the great freebies scandal, as it's known. While Starmer has been enjoying freebies and hospitality like a child in a candy shop. Since 2019, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has topped the gravy train list out of all 650 MPs. Wow, can you believe that? Whilst on a salary of £167,000, which is 6 times the average salary, the Prime Minister has been receiving over £100,000 worth of gifts, benefits and hospitality, such as Arsenal Football Club exec box tickets worth £40,000, concert tickets, designer clothes, free accommodation at taxpayers' expense, £2,500 on glasses. He can have mine for £50 if he wants. Yet we have to pay for our own clothes, our own football tickets, concert tickets, rent, mortgages, bills. Why should the Prime Minister and MPs be allowed to milk the system for their own personal gain, while the Labour government have the nerve to scrap the winter fuel allowance for millions of pensioners by £300 at a time, let's not forget, when energy prices are due to go up next month? And also, let's not forget that our own MP, Alex McIntyre, the Labour MP, voted in favour of this Labour proposal, which will mean 15,804 pensioners will be worse off in our city. By Labour's own predictions, scrapping the winter fuel allowance will potentially lead to thousands of pensioners dying as a result of fuel poverty this winter. The Labour government and the Gloucester MP Alex McIntyre should be ashamed of themselves. Many millions believe that Labour was for the working man, but how wrong they were.
Patel, I'm sorry,
Most of us have no idea what Labour should be anymore. The Labour government and the MP should be supporting a U-turn on this proposal.
Councillor Patel, I'm terribly sorry. I think you're over time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wilson, I think, was next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this motion, but I have to say it's more in sorrow than anger. I'm not really, I still struggle to understand why the government is doing this, because I don't. I'm just looking at the figures here. It's only going to save £1.5 billion, which is a modest sum in the grand scheme of things. You know, for God's sake, Brexit costs us 40 billion a year. Sorry, but it couldn't exist. But that is a big contributor to the cost of living crisis. However, the thing is, what you always looking at politicians through the years, and when ministers say there's no magic money tree, and you know the country's maxed out on its credit cards, and politicians say this a lot. It's all rubbish because it misrepresents how money is created. When a politician comes up with lines like that, it's not that there's no money, they can't do it, it's because they don't want to do it. And I don't understand why a Labour government don't want to do this. And I can't even see where the political gain is. It's just, I cannot make any sense of it at all, and I don't understand why they are doing this. Because this is one of these things that people will remember for years and years, I mean, irrespective of the truth. Now, the only thing is, unless something's going to come out of the hat in the October budget, that sort of might sort of mitigate most of this, I don't know. But I personally can't see it. In fact, I'm more dreading the budget than anything. But all of this is completely unnecessary. If we've learned anything from going back to 2010, and we all did it, and there was the coalition, there was austerity, and before anybody says Labour also fought on an austerity platform in that particular election. But anyway, if there's one thing that we've all learned is that austerity does not work. It was a mistake, and it looks like we're going to be making the same mistakes again. If you want to get growth back in the economy, you do not do it by taking money out of the economy, and you certainly do not do it by attacking the poorest people in society. Now, it is true that a lot of people who get the winter fuel allowance probably don't need it, but nonetheless, the means tested would probably cost you more than what you would save by abolishing it and just making it people who qualify for pension credit. I just don't understand why they are doing this. And I would only say that it's still not too late to change course in this. But the problem is with politics, it's all ego and it's all point scoring. If they were to turn around and change their mind, they would be mocked by the same people who are campaigning for this to be scrapped now. So I don't know where the hell we go with this. But I would hope maybe in October there might be something else in the budget that will help the people who will be worst affected by this. That's the one thing I'm holding out to. But really, I'm sorry, I just cannot support any of this. So for God's sake, you're making these the good guys, you know? I mean,
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
yes, I know. But,
I'm afraid that's time.
It's just something
Thank
I'm not used to, but I guess I'm out of time anyway, so I'll stop rabbiting on. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And now, Councillor Pullen, please.
Okay. Well, we know why. There's a £22 billion hole in the budget. Public services are on their knees. Working families, never mind pensioners, working families cannot afford to put food on the table and heat their homes. And the Labour government has had to consider whether the wealthiest pensioners should still be receiving money. Councillor Wilson, you are correct. I have spoken to quite a few people in Gloucester, pensioners, who've said to me, Terry, we do not need that money. We would rather that went to people who genuinely need it, whether that is pensioners or whether that is young families trying to feed their children and put their heating on. The government has protected the triple lock, which has increased pensions. £905, the interest in pensions this year. That's not something that's offered to people of working age. That's something that's offered to pensioners. And as I said, some people have said they don't need that money. Labour have committed to support 880,000 pensioners to get onto pension credit. That will bring them in around about £3,900 each. You can do that on the phone. A Moorland resident rang me the other day. She said, Terry, I've just rang the pension credit helpline. I was asked half a dozen questions. They put me through to the next process. In the end, I was awarded pension tax credits. Actually, that makes me better off than just receiving the pension winter fuel allowance. So yes, the government has to make tough decisions. Yes, the winter payment has been reduced. We want to direct funds to people who most need it, as opposed to some of those people who Declan alluded to who don't need it. We want to target funds at those who are most deserving. There is a £22 billion hole in the budget, and we cannot go on like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Is there any more debate?
In which case, it's back to Councillor Gravells to sum up.
In which case, it's back to Councillor Gravells to sum up, please.
So I was saying, don't do it. So obviously we all listen very closely to Terry, and I'd love to know who all these wealthy pensioners are in his ward, because they're certainly not in mine. When I first became a councillor, the two issues that interested me, motivated me to become a councillor were health and housing. And just quickly, for example, in my late 20s, I was able to save most of the houses that are still there in Victoria Street, which the environmental health people said had to come down because they were slums. Slums. What a callous thing to call people's homes. So anyway, that really motivated me to do more on housing issues. Then later on, I took on the county council, interest in health issues, and was able to become chair of the Health Scrutiny Committee. So one of the things that drives me, Terry, is health inequalities. If we take my ward and we cross over into Alistair's ward, life expectancy goes down, all kinds of issues arise. And your party does absolutely nothing by withdrawing the winter fuel allowance from pensioners, wealthy or not. You really should support this motion, and you should have the courage of your conviction and do what is right, not slavishly follow what your party bosses tell you to do. And the same goes for the Member of Parliament. What a dreadful way for him to begin his membership of the House of Commons as Gloucester's MP by opposing such a vitally needed service that's provided to pensioners. I really couldn't believe his political ineptitude, if nothing else, for doing that. That is not the way you support and represent the people who elected you into Gloucester, into Parliament. So it's very late, everybody wants to go home, I want to go home, I want my tea, it's a bit late for that now, but do the right thing, Terry, Tracy, all of you. Do the right thing and support this motion, and more importantly, support the people in Gloucester who need it. Do not turn your backs on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gravells.
We now move to the vote on the motion as amended by the Liberal Democrats.
We now move to the motion as amended by the Liberal Democrats. All those in favour?
And should we have a recorded vote?
I think we...
The hands are already up.
The hands are already up, I think, Councillor Gravells.
Those against?
Those against? Any abstentions?
That motion's carried.
That motion is carried.
That's the end of business.
So it's been a very long night. Thank you all.